And we are live. So, which one are you guys? Yellow, there we go. Gotta make sure I don't get that mixed up. It would be very awkward. So, we find ourselves near redemption, where after quite a lot of, kerfuffling about in the woods with a hag in the combat that should have been way faster you find yourselves walking back to redemption with your friendly Krug.
Peppermint.
Yes, with your hobgoblin friend, who's apparently coming out of nowhere became quite an ally for the team as they attempted to save some kids and also realized the very harsh truth that seems to occupy Stormclimb's mind. But that's nor here nor there, because you make your way into town, nothing too weird happens. So you you leave off Okrug with the child that has been kidnapped and apparently given whatever it is that's making the kid not wake up after everything that has happened in the past however many days it has been. And well, the past however many hours, I mean to say. And you find that Okrug just leaves you guys off in when you reach the Yinyu Cabaret. Took me a moment there. After which you guys come back into town and reflect on the events of the week. Drachdarin apparently acquiring a title and hoarding some gold seems to be more further along his path to acquire the strength he desires so much. And you, Ender, still wonders about who it is that released so many dogs on you during the festival, and still trying to learn in a thing or two or three or 10 about your studies and your monk tradition, the way of the shadows. And you, Stormclimb, you ponder and wonder about where those kidnapped kids are coming from and where they are going to go. Some have been saved and have find a place of employment and to inhabit in the New Cabaret. Some in the orphanage in the city, and some do not get to be as lucky. And you wonder if all the work have put up with the church and with Gaffadur is worth something at this point. And then all of you have a long rest, during which you spend some time just resting, replenishing your energies, and in short, just making sure that you're ready for whatever comes next. And after the day you had yesterday, you probably sleep in for quite a while. So you find out that you have quite a few days with nothing going on in front of you guys. So for this quote-unquote week, because I'm not sure entirely how many days it's gonna be yet, in this quote-unquote week that you have in front of you guys, what are you guys doing?
So, I'd like to go first. What Stormclimb wants to do real quick is first check on the kid that was brought back to Yi New Cabaret and see what he's going to do next, because some of the kids that were rescued would either go back to the parents, join the orphanage, or just work for Peppermint or Krug. So I just want to see what he's going to do next.
So you do go back into the Ynil Cabaret the following day after resting a little bit. Still somewhat achy and bruised all over the place, but still you make your way over there, and most people don't seem to notice you at first until some familiar faces that Okrug just kind of pointed off the other day seems to acknowledge you and invite you in, wherein you are not only well received but even celebrated for aiding them in saving yet another victim of the kidnaps and sacrifices. You find that the kid, after all, is named Juniper, and she she doesn't seem keen at all to return to her parents, who so willingly decided to sacrifice her. And talking to everyone who's been sort of helping her get back on her feet after being kidnapped, you find Okrug, who talks a little bit more to you, Stormclimb. So, the little girl, she is in fact quite handy with sewing. And although we already have people who can repair our equipment, we could always use her help to, help even more. Maybe even make a little bit of money on the side and afford a better premises.
Okay, well, that clears up some things on this end. Well, since that's taken care of, we need to really talk about what you've done in the past, Okrug, okay? This fight could have gone a lot easier if you'd made sure to get rid of the bodies. Because, I don't know if you noticed, but when we fought that hag, it had two of its sisters fastened onto its belt. Those little heads. And frankly, from what I can gather is that you guys didn't properly dispose of the bodies. So please, next time when you're going to do some good do-gooding, make sure to either get rid of the bodies or have it blessed so that no necromancy can be done with it. Okay?
Wow, for such a little fellow, you sure can pack quite a lot of words. Yes, like I said before, we know jack about these hags. The time we went against them was the first time we ever even faced them. We don't know anything. So we were taking shots at the dark.
Well, whenever you face a supernatural being, it doesn't hurt to, get rid of the body. In any case, let's change the subject. I don't want things to get any more sour between us. So, I was wondering, how'd you like to broker a deal? I know some recipes you could use for your drinks. Just spike it up with some alcohol, and I'm sure it'd be popular for your customers.
Sure, little one. I'm personally not the one who danced to the bar. That would be one of our associates. That would be Ginger. Or rather, Wasafe. But give me your recipes and I'll pass it along to him. And we'll see. Like I said, we're aiming to improve and upgrade our premises. Or rather, move somewhere different altogether eventually, but for now we will see however much help that grants us.
Alrighty then.
Is that going to be all, little one?
Well, recipe. It's called the and basically all I ask, so the reason why I want a small portion of the profits is so that I can do upkeep on my armor and make sure that I'm able to create more potions for my crew. But I'm glad that you want to take me up on that. If there's anything else you need with dealing with forces that your people can't handle, just let me and my team know.
Alright, I'll try and be mindful of that. Like I said, none of us have any experience with that. We're used to dealing with thugs and brigands, not with supernatural entities, as you have put it yourself. But we'll let you know. We know where to find you at least. And we know we can trust you.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess that's the end of that. So next thing I want to do is I want to see if I could get Drax's help with this, because before we sell all this stuff to Finn and jewelers and stuff, I want to try and spread the word that the hags in the the Lady of the Woods, Woman of the Woods, has been slayed, and so nobody can ever go to her to get money from them in exchange for their own child. So I'm trying to make sure that this situation doesn't happen again by trying to hype up Drachdarin as the one who slayed the hags.
Alright, so you do spend some of your week focusing on that endeavor, and on that matter, I would like you to make a charisma check.
Okay, and I also wanted to. This is a little flavoring thing. Hold on, I'm trying to find the charisma. Oh, there it is. I want to use my spell, Silent Image, just to do an action replay of what I think happened, or like what it looked like when Drax slayed the hags. I know Ander did, but the thing is that it seems more believable if Drax did it, since he's so big and stuff.
Alright. You do go up and start hyping up the whole deal.
So I got a 14.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just getting tea here.
No, it's okay.
So you start typing up the whole story, talking to people, and whenever people come to the church, you make it a point of telling them exactly how the story went, and you use Silent Image to display this very important moment of, according to you, Drachdarin slaying the witch, the hag, and cutting off her head. Well, of course, not being too graphic, so not necessarily cutting off her head, but, you know, slaying her.
I mean, like, yeah, and if they don't believe it, I could always ask Gander to. I could always borrow that two-headed hag belt borrow that from Ander and show it off to the people.
It's alright. You make quite the show whenever there's a lot of people in, to make sure that you do the best use of your spell, and then you regale by telling tales, and to a certain point it works very well, except when the church, the Temple Drachdarin, starts becoming more of a theater and less of a house of worship. Then the priest Azim, I believe is his name. Yes.
Yeah, that's right, Azin.
When Azin just kind of starts shooing people away and having you perform your shows out on the outside, if anything. But
Didn't mean to pull a sister act, but that's hilarious.
Within the week, not only do you you manage to hype up Drachdarin as such a slayer of things, you also manage to get quite a lot of people to believe that there's no use to sacrificing children to the woods anymore.
Neat. Okay, so I guess with that out of the way, I'm going to see if I can borrow the bag of holding from Drac and start selling the stuff to make some money.
Those things I suppose all of you guys can do together. You don't need to
Yes.
have everyone separate and do their own specific thing.
Yes, what were we thinking of selling all of this shit anyway?
Well, I was thinking we can, well, go to Finn's to get the items properly identified, or find somebody that can identify the items to see if they have any magical qualities, and then sell them to the places that would most likely buy the stuff.
Finn seems like a good first stop, yeah. The alchemist probably wants this hag's corpse, I would imagine.
Yeah, the best second stop.
Yeah, either that or we sell it to a museum or something. If that it actually exists in Redemption.
I'm not sure if they're the museum-going types around here, to be fair.
Okay.
Either way.
Yeah, so we, before Indiana Jones drops in on us, we go to Finn's to get our items looked at.
Alright, you go back to the Furbolg wizard who apparently jump-started all three of you into a party that seeks things and kill other things, and have him identify the items you have in your possession. So, what items would those be?
So we've got a golden ring with bloodstone gems on it. There's 2 bone statuettes and a giant tooth that is bloody, like constantly bloody. It's F.6, I believe.
Yes, Finn, he looks at the items that you have and says, well, these two here are not magical at all. These bone statuettes, they look, I shudder to think where they might have come from, but the craftsmanship on them is impeccable for having come from the woods. I would be more than willing to direct you towards someone who can buy those, but I see no use for them. I can, however, estimate their values in case anyone is trying to swindle you. Seeing as you have done me such a favor, I see no reason not to help you out with this. This is a statue made of bone. I'd wager you can fetch about 25 gold pieces on them.
Oh, only 25? Okay. Thought it'd be a little bit more.
As for this golden ring, it seems pretty peculiar. Maybe it was from a victim? There's a little bit of inscriptions here in a foreign language. Well, doesn't seem to be anything arcane in nature, just messages from one lover to another. Hope that they are both well. Regardless, I imagine you can fetch about 250 gold pieces on that.
Hot damn. Okay. By the way, what's the insignia written in? The inscription, I mean.
Oh, it just says, from James to Cecilia, with love.
Well, looks like Cecilia's never gonna get that. Anyways, what about the giant tooth? The F.6.
What peculiar item? I have seen those before. They're not very common in your adventuring business. Not the few ones I have seen brought to me in the past, at least. This here. What number is it again? 6 you said, right?
Yes, 6.
Whenever I had those brought to me, I could never really truly identify them. They seem to have some sort of weird, wild magic from elsewhere that is different to ours and yet works in a similar fashion. Regardless, I don't know what this does.
Do you know somebody that can figure out what it is?
Let me think for a moment. Although I do not know what it does, I do know that it possesses some sort of power within itself. And I'd wager that mayhaps I could use it in enchanting. Maybe I could enchant something or other with this. In fact, just a moment, let me... Well, you're off. Very good friends, so why not? Come on up. And he clutches the thief in his hand and starts climbing up the stairs, expecting the three of you to follow.
Gross. At least wear some gloves.
I'm sure he's touched much worse things than that, to be fair.
I do not want to picture that. Okay,
I
so
already
I
am.
follow him.
As you guys climb the stair, you do see the copper dragon that resides in his tower, Galtazan. That seems way bigger now than before.
Oh boy.
Who seems to be busy talking to someone else. You see in front of you guys how to describe them? Well, I'm not entirely sure how I can describe a Naga person, but you have a Naga there.
Oh.
Like a mermaid, like the top is
Except
like...
a snake.
Wait,
Yeah.
isn't it like the top half is human and the bottom half is just a snake?
Yes?
Yep.
Or is it... Okay.
No, you got that right.
Except with a lot of some Naga, they have like snake facial features and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you see that it's a very humanoid upper body. Covered in scales, and their face has looks like the face of a snake, but you can see that they have very shiny yellow eyes, like Drax, like Drachdarins. And this person seems to be dressed in such a manner to give off the sense that they are some sort of traveler. And when the both of them notice all three of you coming in, Finn just waves his hand and says, "Well, hello. Sorry to interrupt such a jolly conversation you might have been having, but you, my friend, I hear that you have traveled far and wide, and my friends here, they have acquired quite a relic, and I wonder if you know a thing or two about it, or if you, Galtazan, seeing as you entertain so many bards, would know something of your own as well." And they do take a moment to examine this giant thief on their own and compare notes between themselves, and they just start talking and yammering a little bit, while the three of you are kind of left out of the conversation mostly.
What are they speaking? Like language?
They seem to be going back and forth. At moments, they're speaking in common some things, then they notice some things, and they mention some passage in what sounds like Giant, and then they start speaking Giant, all three of them. And at some points they also speak in Draconic, and then the Naga starts speaking Sylvan as well, and then they just go on. Whenever they notice different things about it, they seem to switch. Because certain language has more accurate terms to depict certain things. And they just kind of switch back and forth a little bit. But eventually, he turns back. Finn turns back to you and says, "Well, my friend here tells me that there seems to be some sort of summoning force within this thief. it would seem like you can use it. In game terms, if you activate this item, the giant teeth will be consumed because it's a one-use only item, but it will summon a gigantic rock which is propelled at incredible speeds against a target that is within 60 feet on the normal range, or up to 240 feet on the long range, making an attack roll, of course, and dealing a 3d10 bludgeoning damage if it hits.
Okay, that's cool. So, how much do you think it's worth?
Very hard to estimate a price on such a peculiar item. My friend here, in fact, tells me those are called Fayums, ciphers that seems to originate in a different realm. Well, I might be able to enchant an item using such force and...
Enchanting a weapon to, what, throw giant rocks?
Not quite. I feel like its power is incredibly volatile, and I would not, in the least, profess to be able to guess what it will be able to do. I can try, at least, to transfer its energy into your belongings. To what effect, though, I am unable to tell.
That seems more exciting than gold, if you ask me.
Okay, what do you think, Ander?
I think we're better with the item than whatever value we can take from it.
Okay, wait, do you mean like just holding on to the item or transferring its power to something else?
I don't even know. I'm good at throwing stuff, so I'm kinda biased here.
I suppose that's fair.
Rock, paper, scissors?
Perhaps we hold on to it for a little bit and then make up our minds later.
Okay, well, I mean, like, if we do transfer it to an item, who's getting it?
Well, we don't even know what it would do. That would be the danger. Would you, Finn, would you only be able to, say, use this to enchant one thing or several?
I'm afraid only D1 item, and depending on the item, I don't know exactly what sort of enchantment it might be bestowed upon, so... hard to say.
Sounds like we just, pick whoever might be most in need of, enhancement and go from there.
I suppose so. Well, let's sell our stuff first, and then we'll think about it later, huh?
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some things I want to pick up after browsing through Finn's catalog, because he totally has a catalog, and I'm totally not. Like, Stormclimb totally isn't it making stuff up out off the top of his head.
Sure.
Is it an airplane?
You have been in Finn's Tower several times by now to know almost off the top of your head what he has and what he doesn't has. Mostly because whenever you're following whenever Drachdarin is doing his weird experiments with Galdazan to acquire draconic power, you guys kind of just hang around and talk to Finn about items, and he tells you guys what they do, and then your eyes just shine with the possibility of wielding such magical power. But when you ask the price and he tells you the price, the shine instantly dims, but something on the inside of you keeps just wishing and wondering, like, man, wouldn't it be nice if one day in the future I were to come upon such a large amount of money and be able to afford these cool trinkets. So yeah, you do know very well what they have, what he has.
Okay, so before we go to sell this stuff, I'm going to... Stormclimb's going to ask Finn real quick. By the way, Finn, how's it been going with the progress of finding where the book and Faye is at?
Very poorly. The boy that you brought, he... Well, he is speaking gibberish at this point. I imagine that something might have consumed the poor boy's mind before he had a chance to really reveal to us much. As for Faye, she knew my work well, and I'm afraid that by doing so, she knows the best proper way to hide.
So, I guess, does that mean we're out of leads?
I'm not without my contacts, of course. I have friends in places who are looking into these inquiries as we ask, but seeing as this book is not the most valuable thing on the planet, and seeing as there are more pressing matters such as hags, kidnapping children, and the rise of a hag slayer in town, I imagine that they are not taking my request with such priority and haste, but I can wait.
Oh, that reminds me. And, well, I don't have the bag, so... Drax, speaking of hags, do you want to,
Oh, and he opens up the bag of holding and reaches in and pulls the hag's corpse up, just the head. Look what we did!
Alright, okay, I don't even know what to say.
Well, it was more for the shock factor than the look on your face than anything, really, but, yeah, the Hag Slayers, that was us. We wanted to stop by before we, went and tried to, I guess, peddle a corpse.
Well, I mean, you did show interest in a hag corpse, so, there it is. Is there anything you want from it?
Grim as it is, I might be interested in buying the corpse off of your hands. I suppose I can chip in some 50 gold pieces for the trouble and the effort of bringing it in one piece, apparently.
Oh yeah, it's all one. It's just in here. I don't want to pull it out and mess up this floor too.
It's alright. Sure, I can pay you 50 gold pieces for the corpse and see what I can learn from it.
There's also the pair of hag's heads, which she seemed to be using as a spellcasting focus, I believe.
Yeah, it's Anders wearing it right now.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. And Anders takes off his rag belt and hands to Drek.
So, if you want that as well...
I'll just assume that this comes with the hag.
we'll throw it in on top. You've been most generous to us.
I thank you. I don't know if any use will come of investigating and dissecting these, but if it does, I'll keep in mind that you are a curious enough party to not need inquiring on my findings, and I'll look for you.
Sounds like a plan. I mean, it was either you or the alchemist that's right across from you that we thought could make use of the hag.
Muabuela. Well, sure. I imagine. He could look into this, but... well, if there's anything magical to be found, I don't know that the man would be able to really tell everything.
That is a fair point. Okay, well, I guess we'll sell our stuff and then come right back to see if we can purchase anything.
Very fine, my dears.
Yes.
I'll just, do you want me to put it on the floor, or do you have, like, a lab that you want me to leave this in?
Just... oh... Oh, why not? Just a moment. And all of you see Finn now. He looks towards to an empty portion of the wall between two of the skeletons, between Spindly Billy and Tim Tim, and he just kind of pushes both his hands forward and says some arcane incantations, and a door seemingly shows up in the masonry, and then he pulls a key ring out of his pocket, starts browsing through them, puts one of the keys into the lock, turns it, and then opens the door into a very well illuminated round tower, similar to the ones you are in, but as he invites you guys inside and you follow him, this seems different. This place, when you look, unlike Finn's tower that is complete just walls, a door and a stair, this one actually has a lot of windows and with glass panes and vitrals and several little images of nature, like a big window with a glass pane covering it that just has this very almost druidic-like depiction of nature with trees and leaves and green all over the place. And you can see that the inside of this, wherever you guys are, is way more decorated and somewhat more visually attractive than his actual tower. And
Wow,
that's
that's very...
Beautiful?
go ahead.
Is that what you were about to say? Were you about to say beautiful? Because, wow.
Yeah.
I was going to say, this looks really, yeah, it's very pretty. Wonder why your shop doesn't look like this as well.
well, I acquired the land plot to build my shop on when I was much younger and newer in town, and I had to occupy the plot within very short amount of time, so I used one of my spells to conjure up a tower. Alas, I did not know very well how to shape the tower, and it has the shape it has up to today, and changing it as it stands right now would occupy just too much time and effort, which I don't feel is appropriate. Therefore, I just leave it be. It's not like it needs to look good anyway. If it looks too good, it might attract thieves. It's better that it looks like an uninviting place at times.
That is fairly smart, yes.
I see. Okay. So, where do you want us to put the body?
Just over here. And he points over to a somewhat of an empty table that is set in a corner. Well, not a corner, but kind of a little bit to the side. There is enough room for all of you guys to be standing around this table, and he just kind of directs you guys over to it and just, you can put it down in here. I'll leave it here for a moment and examine it later whenever I have the time.
And so Drac walks over and just kind of pulls the whole corpse out and just lays everything out and slings the bag of holding back on, looking all proud of himself.
Well, that quite a display.
It was weirder when it went in the bag than coming out of the bag, I will say.
Yeah.
Yes, very nasty.
Well, I hope the bag is proving quite useful for all of you.
You have no idea. It's so nice. I've never had a bag of holding.
Yeah, super convenient.
There are many, many people who have never had a bag of holding. I'm glad you are able to have one, thanks to our continued efforts as partners in business. Anyway, he extends his hands towards the corpse and heads and seems to cast some sort of spell on the corpse, of which I don't believe any of you know, and or are able to understand.
I can certainly try, but probably not.
As a player, I think I know what it is, but for Stormclimb, I don't think so. It's not really a spell he has until
Drac has no idea.
5th level.
So,
I have no idea at all.
Stormclimb, you can make an Arcana check if you feel inclined to try and realize whatever it is.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, why not? That gives me time.
5.
5. Oh no.
Oh my.
I don't know what it is.
You have no idea what it is, but Finn notices you looking very quizzically at him and then at the corpse as he casts the spell, and he just looks at you. Huh. This is a simple spell. Gentle repose. It'll stop the body from decaying before I have a chance to fully study it.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of enchantment I wanted to put on our bag of holding. Yeah, that'd be most useful to have.
I've been thinking about that. You mentioned that before. I was having some weird ideas. Most of which might be very unusual, but ideas regardless. I talked a little bit with a friend of mine who also dabbles in enchanting. I imagine it's possible to... It's a far-fetched theory which none of us have ever had the need to truly test. But I imagine that if we were to infuse something with heavy ice energy or cold, it's so much so that it freezes everything around it, and just why not throw it inside the bag? It would freeze the entire pocket dimension where it resides in, and therefore would help things resist the decay of time. However, I'm not sure how well anything else in your bag would fare. Items that are disagreeable to the cold.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Might
Sounds
cause
risky.
Yeah, it might cause some freezer burn for any food we throw in. Especially the rations.
What's a freezer?
You know, when the thing gets super cold. I mean, I don't know. It's just a word that came to me.
Did Stormclimb just invent freezers?
Oh, no. Not exactly, no.
Drachdarin, make an insight check. Why the hell not?
Shit.
He did not invent a word out of nowhere.
Oh, really? I will have to learn more about these freezers.
Anyways, hey, can we have the gold money, please?
Sure. Well, regardless, I hope you all like this room. I have plenty other rooms in my possession, but please do not come poking around when I am not around. It would be most unfortunate if you were to be lost in this pocket dimension we currently are in. But please, do follow me. And he leads you through a door back into the tower where you just were, the actual tower in Redemption.
Oh, trust us, Finn. We're not that magically inclined people, so, you know, we don't have much interest in trying to see what magical secrets you have. You're very welcome to keep them to yourself. Respectfully.
No offense taken. I'm glad even I don't have to consider you all thieves, despite what Beaker says.
Oh, right.
Hey.
Where is that owl?
Yeah, is he still chattering up a storm about us?
Well, he definitely has, and I'm sending him off on an errand. I need things done, picked up, and people talked to, and I cannot be in two places at once. So every once in a while I do send Beaker to do some errands.
It totally sounds like you can be in two places at once.
Well, if I really wanted I could, but... You know... Sometimes... the simpler answer is the best answer.
That makes sense, yeah. Just send your familiar. It's a lot easier than probably splitting yourself into multiple U's, I would imagine.
Yes, it can get out of hand fast, and I would rather have less people to worry about than more people to worry about. Regardless, what items are you interested in getting? Just let me know ahead of time that so we can see prices. Whether or not you acquire the money, I might need to fetch it out of somewhere.
Did any of you guys have any items you want to request?
I have 1 potion, I have none.
Well, you know I'm going to be making those soon.
Stormclimb can make potions. So
And that's
fine.
true, sorry. I'm sorry.
Unless he has really big potions. Or other potions for other purposes. I think we probably just need to work towards finding some better weaponry, some better weapon and armor plus 1-age. That's really
You could
what
try.
we're looking for.
Okay, yeah, because I got some other things I just want to ask, but I wanted you guys to do your thing first.
I was just worried about the healing stuff. Other than that, I guess I'm fine. Let me check the...
I'm just keeping an eye out for stronger weapons and armor.
Okay, Doug, so how much is a +1 for weapons or armor?
Come again? Sorry?
How much is a +1 for weapons or armor?
Let me double check. Dog damn it. +1 armor.
I like how our group
Yeah,
turns into Pop Quiz the DM.
It's an uncommon item.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to look. Armor is rare, actually.
Oh, okay, so it's +1 shield and +1 weapon.
Yeah. Armor is rare, apparently. Weapons, on the other hand... Not ons. D&D Beyond does not like weird names. Depends. So... You know the formula. Uncommon items seems to range from about 100 gold pieces to 600 gold pieces, whereas rare items seems to range from around 2,000 gold pieces to 20,000 gold pieces.
I feel like we had this conversation before.
We did.
I don't know why.
We did, it's just a refresher. And for any newcomers to the stream, you know.
So, unless Finn happens to have stuff like this, we are a little bit probably short on money for that endeavor at this
Well, it
moment.
depends on what we roll.
Well, I don't.
So I
trust
guess
luck.
let's just get this out of the way and see how much it's going to cost, and then we could figure out what to do.
I would like
okay,
that.
so-
I remember. Just look at our list, and I was just reminded about the insignia of claws. That's uncommon. I guess we should fetch that. I like that item.
Oh, yeah, I wrote that down for you.
Yeah. Just as a reminder, but I guess we don't have gold for that. We have 250 pieces of gold.
Yeah, so Doug, all the items we're going to be talking about are uncommon, so do you want us just to roll the d6?
Yeah. What item are you determining though? What's the first one you're seeking?
Ander wants the insignia of claws, I think.
Yeah, that's the name.
All right. Insignia of Claws. According to D&D Beyond, the Insignia of Claws gives a +1 to attacks and damage made with unarmed strike and natural weapons. And such attacks are considered to be magical. Sure, Ender, I would like you to roll a d6. Alright. Yeah, the one time you guys want to roll low.
Low numbers.
Yeah.
We roll high.
So that's gonna be 400 gold pieces.
I'm good.
Okay, so we've also got boots of elven kind. I've posted the name into the chat.
Sure, roll d6 to Stormclimb.
Ooh, that's not good. It's 4.
400 gold pieces for that as well.
Okay, and lastly for right now, Pearl of Power.
That's also a uncommon, right?
Yes.
Alright, roll a d6.
Oh my god.
Don't they have discount coupons on this town?
Or is there buy one, get one free going on?
Yeah.
When Finn looks at all of you, he says, well, I shouldn't really be talking about this out loud, but you have been so bloody helpful, I don't see why not. The guild does offer discounts on said items that the adventurers from the guild buy in town, and they have offered to pay us the difference for certain the difference. And the reason they do that is to send people off into weird places to recover arcane objects, which eventually the guild can either research or, you know, do whatever it is that they do over there. You're from the guild, you should know better than I. But if you are with the guild, I imagine I can give you all a discount, and then you can set it off with the guild people. Resolve whatever it is you need to resolve with whoever it is on the guild that is taking care of those matters up to nowadays. It's been forever since I talked with the people of the guild. I believe the last time around I inquired with the guild, they were offering 10% discounts on items.
That's a pretty good discount. Perhaps we will have to ask around a little bit. We don't have like insignias or anything from the guild, do we? Is there anything that says we're even part of the guild?
No, you're... Currently, the only proof you have that you're from the guild is the fact that you have done work for the guild, and the guild will not deny that you are part of the guild.
Yeah, so it's just a reference thing. We just have to mention we're part of them. We tried this last time when we met up with Krug's do-gooding mercenary gang, and I tried to figure out if we had some sort of ID on us that we had to show. But yeah. So there's 2 more items I just wanted to ask about, and that's going to be it for the inquiry.
Sure, roll your d6s for those if they're uncommon as well.
They are.
Okay, roll for it.
God. Okay, so at least the uncommon glamour weave is a little bit cheaper. Okay, so that's all I need to know. Thanks. So what are we gonna do now, gang? Oh,
Well-
right. I guess we're gonna sell it, huh? Sell the
Yeah,
stuff
we
first.
need to go sell things. You guys go on ahead and start looking. I would like to speak with Galtazan in a little bit. I will catch up with you guys though.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay, no problem.
Let's
but,
go, little
uh,
one. Climb here.
Just okay. I'm climbing on now. Just be careful what he says, okay? I mean, he is a dragon, but he's not really a full-grown dragon, so just make sure he's not being a teenager and pulling your leg.
I will do my best. Thank you for your concern.
Okay, Excelsior, Adventure!
Adventure.
And the two of you walk off of the store. You, Drachdarin, however, stay behind.
Oh, wait, hey, Drac, throw us your bag so we can go sell the stuff.
Oh yeah, here, Ender catch. Hucks the
And,
bag at him.
Okay, I do catch, I guess.
Yeah, you know one
Okay.
another well enough to know the strength with which all of you guys toss things to one another, I imagine. However, whenever when Drachdarin tosses the bag at you and you catch it, you feel like it's not hard to catch, it's coming right at you, but when you catch it, you feel like it's been thrown with way more strength than normal.
Nice Watch out, Drac.
What? That was a good catch. Good, you did great.
I
I'll
almost
catch up.
fell on my butt.
Oh, come now. It's called you're a monk, right? It's called training.
By the way, Finn did give us the gold, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I didn't say that, but he did give you the gold.
Okay,
have
I'll
to add
just
that to
update
our
the gold
total.
in our bag now.
Yep. So you have money. And you go off. And just to make matters easier, I'll say that I'll get to you when I get to you. So Drachdarin, what are you doing?
I would like to wait and hang out with Finn a little bit. Wait until the Naga and the dragon are done talking, to not interrupt. Be a little polite at least.
Sure.
But once they are, go up and speak with Galtazan.
Fair enough. It takes a while. In fact, you spend some time talking with Finn. He seems a little bit curious and inquisitive about the rituals you have been doing with Galtazan to acquire more draconic power. You get the sense that Finn himself does not fully understand the nature, well, not necessarily the nature, but the full extent of those rituals that you have been doing. Indeed, bathing yourself in dragon blood, acquiring titles, and all the other things you have been doing are not something he's an expert with. He's not studied that field of magic for, if ever. He knows just enough to be able to help him, the two of you, get this thing going. But you get the sense that to a degree, it's very experimental.
I'm into experiments. I mean, it's already working. Obviously, I don't think I felt this good in years.
And eventually you do see the Naga guest leaving. He politely waves goodbye to everyone as he passes by, and he even produces what seems to be a lute and plays a little ditty as he waves goodbye and says, "I hope you are all well and stay well in this marvelous city you have. Goodbye, Finn. It's been a pleasure again." And Finn just nods. "Glad to have you. Come back anytime." And you, Drachdarin, I believe Galtazan is available now.
Yes, I'll go up and see him. Who is that? Before I go, I'm just terribly curious. I've never seen a creature like that in a city.
Well, to be honest, neither have I. Their people seem to come from everywhere, especially from the wildlands to the west. Very polite folk, indeed. That's Will. He's a storyteller, a bard, I believe most people will call them.
Interesting. Well,
Galtazan just loves to invite bards here and regale in stories while he's too young to be outside. It's a weird arrangement, that which we have. Don't worry too much about it.
I will try not to busy myself over it. But if you'll excuse me, I will go speak with him for a little bit.
Sure.
Heads right up the stairs.
And as you walk up the stairs, you do find Galtazan just chilling there. Apparently just almost as if whispering to himself a thing or two, and he seems to be amusing himself when he notices you. Oh, Drachdarin, you are back.
And it seems you have had a pleasant visitor, if I am not mistaken.
That I have. He told me many funny jokes. Some of which were not funny, but most of which were pretty amusing, even if they were not funny at all.
I see. Do you do this often? It's just very interesting to me. I didn't think a dragon would take house guests.
I find ways to entertain myself while I find myself in this predicament.
I see. I mostly wanted to, I suppose, present the fact, don't know if word has gotten around, but, I don't mean to show off, but I've got a title, no, two, actually, now.
Ah, is that so? What titles are you?
Well, the first one is, the Cerulean Defender, which has a great ring to it, I think. The second one is slightly less glamorous. It is the Chicken Chaser, but I mostly am sticking with the first one for now.
That is a shame. I very much like the first one. The second one, rather. Chicken Chaser. That fits.
Does it? Does it? I mean, the other one seems a little more, I don't know, bravado. Oh, I also, the Chicken Chaser thing, he also gave me this, his bracelet, which, oh, I don't know. I'm simply amassing mediocre treasures at this point, but I figured you would find some amusement in it.
Well, every horde has to start somewhere. I'm glad to see you have been taking to my lessons well.
Well, if this power with these experiments is as grand as you say, or think that it might be, I am willing to listen to your diatribe.
Speaking of listening to what I have to say, answer me this, Drachdarin. The Chicken Chaser and the Cerulean Defender? Where does the Ranger keep their arrows?
Is this a trick question? Because generally on their back?
No, they keep it in the monsters.
Is this one of the bard's jokes?
Yes. Have you got a joke to tell me, Drachdarin?
Oh, I do not collect jokes.
You should. Make that your next task. Find me a good joke. Travel the world. Hear stories. That's what dragons do after all. They talk to people and find jokes. Or rather, just any sort of topics, but I hoard not only treasures, but jokes and funny stories. Find me a good one, Drachdarin, the chicken chaser.
I shall do my best, Galtazad. It is, as ever, wonderful to see you. I will go catch up with my friends.
You do that, Drachdarin.
And he kind of bows his head and just goes jogging back downstairs and outside to go find his friendos.
Alright. So, all of you guys reunite on the outside after Drachdarin rejoins with you two. And you start pondering in this big town, where will you go to find a person who is willing to buy those trinkets you have? Sure. I would like whoever's leading this charge to make an investigation check.
Probably Anders, since he's the smartest. Let's hope he can find a J Jewelers or whatever.
Yep.
Okay. Investigation check.
Speaking of which, I completely forgot to give your cards for today's game. So there you go. You
Okay.
have cards now.
Drac, aren't you proficient in investigation? I forget who's best for doing that.
I am, technically.
Oh.
Yes.
Can I delete my investigation check?
No, you take your friends' hands and just walk around town. It takes you a while. You start keeping to the main thoroughfares, going back and forth through every shop until eventually you decide that maybe it would be best to go look a little bit further down the in all other nooks and crannies of the town, but you're not super familiar yet with every nook and cranny of the town, and you never had the need to sell trinkets before, so you guys take quite the tour of redemption as you go back and forth looking for shops that may or may not buy trinkets. Eventually, you do find a place that seems trinkety enough. They have a lot of jewelry on the outside, on display in a glass panel, and you know, if anywhere you imagine that you might have your luck at this place. As you look at the above the shop, it seems to be called the Bedazzling Buxomy and Boxed Baubles, and you make
I
your
can
way
even
outside.
write that down.
It's the
Run that by me one more time.
Where do you get these
Or
tongue
three.
twisters from?
all right. Give me a second. You make your way inside the Bedazzling Buxomy and Boxed Baubles.
What do they sell here? Sorry.
Buxomy and Bobbles. I mean, it's on the sign.
Max?
When you
Oh my.
when you make your way inside, they seem to sell jewelry for high class citizenry. They seem to sell necklaces, rings, and jewelry in general. You are welcomed by a horsefolk who seems to be working behind the counter. He notices all three of you coming in through the door. Ender with Stormclimb on his shoulder, and then following right behind Drachdarin, who as soon as he seems to go in, kind of it doesn't quite fit in this shop and kind of brushes a little bit against the door frame and shakes the surrounding shelves that seems to be full with things, and you notice that there's a lot of glass things on display here, and all of them just kind of shake for a little bit, and you hear that very panic-inducing sound of glass trembling on the shelf and on the display for a little bit before resting completely. And the horsefolk behind the counter just looks very alarmed as all three of you go in. And almost
Maybe I should wait outside.
I think you're already through the door now.
Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah,
I
any
won't.
slight movement is pretty much a dexterity save. Okay, so does this employee have a name tag on them?
Uh, hello, I'm Medri. Welcome to our shop. Can I help you?
Hi, Medri. I've got some stuff in my bag that might interest you. And
Yes, we carry some jewelry and carved trinkets that are quite lovely works of art that we managed to save from an evil hag.
as Ender fetched the item from the bag,
All right.
Yeah, he has the bag now.
I'm the
He,
bag holder.
as you start extending your hand to give him the items, he just backs away a little bit. Ah, from an evil hag, you say? Are these cursed things? Are they hexed?
Oh, no, not at all. We would never sell hexed items. We made sure to get them properly identified at Finn's Bent Intent Arcane Emporium. The man knows his stuff. Don't worry, I've also made sure that there is no evil presence coming from such artistic trinkets.
He looks at you, Stormclimb, and says, "Oh, you're the one from the church. I have seen you. Well,
Yep. And I cast Silent Image to do a more PG showing of Drax slaying the hag. So I guess it just looks like simple puppetry or whatever instead of like 3D action replay stuff like you'd see on sports channels.
sure." And he looks a little bit amused by your illusion that you cast, and he nods. Well, fine. Let me see them. And he extends his hand to grab the trinkets and look at them, the little carved figures and the ring, and says, "Well, these are pretty exquisite. It's a nice find. Who knew such monsters carried such nice things in them?"
Yes, they sure do have quite an eye for the finer things in life, but they sure don't know how to treat them well. Someone of your discerning eye knows the perfect person to acquire such intricate beauty.
I might be taking them off your hands, I imagine. It could be well used. These statuettes, I'm not entirely sure what I can do with them, but I'll be taking them from you.
Well, they come in a pair, so they make a great conversation piece. Or you could even try and use them as an ender for a bookshelf.
I might have other ideas of my own, but sure, I'll take both of them. And this ring, I feel like I have sold this ring recently. Ah, James. Huh. That rings a bell.
Do you have some tea going off in the background? You want to take care of that? That kettle sounds pretty hot.
That's my window. Wind is wind is blowing and the window whistles.
It's like the concept
I
of this
know, I'm
guy
just
is totally
trying to-
enraptured while he's brewing tea and is just going crazy in the background.
But yeah, his wife, a small female rabbit comes in and says, "Honey, the tea is ready if you want it." And he just nods at her. "Okay, I'll be right on with you." Well, regardless, I'll take this ring from you and the statuettes. I believe I can pay you 300 gold pieces total for the whole lot.
Sounds like a good deal to me.
Yeah, it's a deal.
It is the estimated prices that Finn gave you.
Yeah.
Stormclimb?
our resident haggler and bargain snatcher.
Yep.
Well, he is gone. In his absence, you sell the rings and the statuettes for 300.
Quick, sell it before he knows.
Sold to the big dragon in the corner.
Hey, Stormclimb.
No,
welcome
wait,
back.
that's the other way around.
Other way around.
I messed that up.
Hello? Stormclimb?
He's taking a vow
Sorry,
of silence. Dang.
sorry. I got my internet act up for some reason. What happened? I heard a big laugh.
Everything was sold.
Yeah.
For the
How
price.
much? Because I was hoping
300
to...
gold. 300
Ah!
gold.
You're killing
I know.
me. I wanted to try and upsell that.
See, that's what I
Give
mean.
me a chance. Who said yes? Who said yes?
Though.
Literally what we were joking about.
I said yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the joke is that, oh no,
I'm gonna give you an evil eye, Hander.
Stormclimb is gone, quick, sell it. And then they
Quick,
did.
sell everything for the exact price that we were gonna get for it anyway.
Regardless, you don't swindle a pair of jewelry sellers in the town, especially people who seem so very nice and welcoming. And
It's not swindling. It's compensation for our hard work. Okay. I just want to charge the statues for 50 gold piece each. You know.
Run deception check.
no, they,
It's not deception. It's persuasion.
I
what
mean,
I'm proficient in.
do you want to do this, Stormclimb? Do you want to try and upsell them?
I mean, like, I did that whole display and everything with the silent image, but, you know, Andrew already said so I can't do anything about
Sorry,
it.
I'm so
All right,
sorry.
it's sold for the whole lot for 300, and he promptly gives you the money in gold pieces, as it is, and hands it off to you lot, and takes the trinketry, examining it one more time before tucking it behind his counter. Says, "Well, I'll try and find some use for those. Regardless, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. And if you ever need to buy yourselves any jewelry or boxed baubles, you know where to find us."
Thank you, Horseman. We'll sure be back if you need it.
You're welcome, and my name is Medray.
We appreciate your patronage to our cause.
I'm shocked into silence. I'm not saying anything after Andrew spoke up before I could.
Now, Drachdarin spends 3 minutes trying to figure out how to gently go out the door.
Yeah, the two of you just kind of watch. Everyone's just kind of hold their breath as Drachdarin kind of tries his best to do like one of those Japanese TV game shows where they try to fit in the very tiny place. And takes a while, but eventually Drachdarin makes his way outside of the shop without knocking anything down. It is quite a display, though. Enough so to amuse you enough, Stormclimb, that you're no longer as angry as you were before for the lack of haggling that happened.
As we get out of the store, I'm gonna say, I'm not the best one to hold on to this, and I'll extend my hands, like, holding the bag. Someone please take it from me.
I'll take that back. And from now on, we will let Stormclimb be our head haggler. We will not swindle the swindler, as it would be.
Agreed.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, like, I'm still not saying anything, but it's like, okay, I just sigh, because it's like, okay, it happened, whatever.
There will be
So-
more chances for gold.
Just so you know, this is redemption, where sure, you can make a new start, but the strong always devour the weak. You can never, ever take what's first shown to you. You always have to try and see if you can get a leg up on everything. Okay, so let's see. Let's let's go to the blacksmith and see if there's anything we can get from there. I have an interest in some armor. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's go find a blacksmith. And I guess for someone my size, I'd have to go to like a blacksmith toy maker.
No such thing. You do go to the blacksmith, the same one you went before, to get your rapier silvered. Whoever they were, I have no idea. I don't remember. But you find...
If you even gave him a name.
Probably not. But you do find yourselves again on the Steel Thunder shop where the where people are at work here.
Okay, so I just want to ask how much let me check my list. How much mithril plate armor will cost?
Mithril plate armor?
Do they even sell mithril in Redemption?
That's a great question.
That's a
Guild
freaking-
connections.
Well,
So
I just know that it's uncommon. So it's an uncommon magic item, so it should be available somewhere.
oh boy, mithril. Oh, you. Alright, mithril armor is uncommon, so long as it's made of metal. And what it does, it does not give...
it's just much lighter.
It's super lighter and doesn't impose disadvantage on stealth checks.
Yeah, so I can finally move around a little bit better and make better stealth checks without having to take off the armor.
Alright, normally
But-
I will say, because Stormclimb you're minute, that, well, for any of you guys it would be the same price to make this. I'll say, because I don't have a place of reference, because D&D likes to do that sometimes. I'll say that mithril armor increases the price of the armor in 25%. That sounds fair.
Okay. Yeah, and I wanted plate armor. I wanted to see how high the most expensive armor it costs.
So plate armor as it is costs 1,500 gold pieces, if I'm not mistaken.
Cute. Okay.
By default. Let me double check. Yeah, plate armor is 1,500 gold pieces. Oh, look, the tea is going on again.
Oh, I love tea. Everyone is making tea right now.
It's lunchtime in Redemption. So I'm not entirely sure how to handle this because of your minute size. Mathematics, let me do some math if my calculator will open. So that would be 1,500 gold pieces plus 25%, that's 1,875 gold pieces, but because of your size, I'll divide the price by 8. So that would be 235 gold pieces.
Dang.
Wow,
Okay.
that's a steal.
Okay. Yeah.
No, that's
I guess I'll.
tiny sized mithril plate armor.
Tiny size mithril plate armor, which
Yeah.
is
Or you could turn it into a glove.
Kinda, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Is it okay if I get this? If I commission the blacksmith for this?
No, I'm fine with it.
Alright.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. So how much is it? You said 250.
235.
Okay.
But then you have to check with Drake, because you guys are more on buying weapons and stuff. I'm not gonna buy anything like that. So
Oh, I mean, everything that I'm going to need is probably going to be more expensive. And I think making something out of mithril for me would be a bit of a task.
Actually, what would suit you better is adamantium.
I think that's probably a bit rare. That's not really a common crafting material around
It's
here, I would think.
uncommon.
Well, the acquisition of such metals is probably costlier than the whole thing.
We can ask at the
definitely.
guild, always.
It might be a good place for us to stop next.
Okay, so I guess I'll. So everybody's okay with me doing this?
Yep.
Really, it's up to the DM.
No,
I mean,
yeah.
if we are
we're
okay
using
as a
this one.
party.
Yeah, because theoretically, the money you guys have is quote-unquote party funds. So if the party doesn't have anything more pressing,
Not really, unless we can find a great axe or great sword +1 or something.
Yeah, or a massive discount on some magical item.
That's about it.
Okay, yeah. So, we'll commission the blacksmith for this. Oh, I guess we'll see if he wants to. If he'd like to discount the armor a little bit more by trading over the armor I have, and the reason why I'm saying this is because it's armor that was given to me by Gaffadar herself. So of course it's armor given by the gods. So I'm pretty sure that's something that'd be something of interest he'd like to have propped up on his desk or bookshelf.
so what is that armor type again? Says the servant caribou that is helping you guys decide what you're doing in the blacksmith. He is the blacksmith, by the way. What armor do you have, Stormclimb?
It's chainmail, and it's pink too.
Chainmail, alright.
Oh,
That is 75 gold pieces divided by 8 because of your size, then divided by 2, that is 4 gold pieces.
Oh, you sure he doesn't want to give a little bit more for armor given by the gods?
Is he an atheist?
Make a persuasion check.
Yes, indeed.
As you try to upsell this
21.
armor that you have.
Heaven.
Well, I see very little use. For that, I don't imagine I want to give the vermin in my house any more armaments
It's a
against me.
conversation piece.
I suppose it's not every day you see pink armor. Especially in such a minute size, so... Well, in fact, I will even need it if I'm gonna base off measurements to fit you. So sure, I'll give you 10 gold pieces for that.
How long do you think it will take you to fashion equipment for him?
Should take me about a few days.
Yeah, I'll be fine by then. Could you also make it pink?
I could make it pink, yes.
Alrighty then. So let's see. It's only 10 pieces, so yeah, I don't mind. So that'll bring it down to 356. Oh wait, sorry.
315.
Yes, sorry, I'm getting my math mixed up. So let me just do the math real quick and... okay, thank you very much. Well, please do so. And I hand over the money, and I'm going to do the math.
Wait, how much did I say? 300?
I thought you said 285.
No, I thought it was 235.
Yeah, it's
And then
230.
I
Yeah,
add
it's 235. Sorry. So it should be 225 now for the armor.
Yeah, okay.
Gold pieces. Math is hard, you guys.
it is.
Okay, so we got about 376 left.
That's plenty.
Yeah, we can buy some
Well-
other stuff.
I also got to sell my my scroll. I still haven't done that yet. It's worth 400 GPs.
Shouldn't we just probably hand that off to Finn?
We could just, do you want, hey, Jug, do you want to just, like, do a, say that we already did that so that we don't have to go through that process?
Sure. If you are willing to sell that scroll you have, then sure, you have sold it for 400 gold pieces for whoever's buyed it.
Now we can get magical item.
You imagine that Azim, being a priest himself, might very well have use of that prayer of healing, which, in fact, the other day you just spent 50 gold pieces to have him cast on you. So yeah, it's pretty useful to have. But you sell it and you get 400 gold pieces, and now you should have enough to buy one magical item, if you are getting any, that is.
Okay, let's fight for magical items now.
Okay, can I change my armor class now? Doug, or do I have to wait for you to give it to me?
Sure. In this whole week that you guys are doing all of this, you would have it done by the end. So your armor class rises from 17 to 19, I believe.
Yes.
Cool. It's gonna be so much harder to hit you now.
That's the idea. I want to be the shield for the group.
Well, I suppose everyone will start focusing on Ender now. It's so easy to hit.
Yeah.
Everyone else can be hit except for Ander. Well, I mean,
I'm
Ander and I
gonna
have the
try
same
to
AC,
stay
though.
behind.
Ander and I have the same AC.
Yeah, I got some
Yeah,
AC
that-
over the other
Don't
fight.
worry, Ander. I have a backup plan. I have a plan for this. There's a reason why I boosted my AC so high.
All
So
right.
you'll see when we get into combat.
Cool.
I like that.
So, not only that, go on.
No, you go.
No, I was just gonna explain some other things, but that can wait. Do go on.
No, I was gonna talk about the magical items. If we're gonna actually buy one of them, I would try to debate about that. That will take some time. So,
Sure.
do you guys want to do this now, or
You want to get the claws? Yes.
I want because, speaking as a player, yeah, I do 3 attack rolls and 3 separate damage, having +1 on 6 rolls.
That's
It's
nasty.
yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I wrote that down for you. I knew it'd be very useful. So yeah, if we want, we could try and buy that badge of kitty bean paws.
So you have 700. That would take us to 376. Yeah, I mean, that would help him. Any
Hey.
help for him is good help.
Are you guys getting the insignia of claws then?
I think that's a good purchase.
All right.
Woohoo!
So you
If you want, Ander, I could try to argue for a smaller price. Would you like me to?
Yes.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Okay. this is
So,
the one thing that
Stormclimb, as you, alongside with your party, come to Finn and tell that having Ender with these insignia of claws is going to be a great conversation starter for him about Finn's services. What other arguments are you offering?
Okay, so... Oh boy. I'm gonna finally do this. Didn't think I'd have to pull this card. So, Finn, I couldn't help but notice that you don't really get too many customers in here. I think I can actually help you with that. How... Are you able to speak to rats?
Speak to rats, you say? I mean, I am speaking
Yes,
to
can
you.
command them?
Command rats.
Uh-huh.
I imagine I could learn that trick if I were to dedicate myself to it, but I don't see the need. Beaker normally already take care of the rats.
Well, I'm gonna look past that. In any case, how about this? How about we try to expand the what I want to do is try to give you some marketing help by trying to take your business cards and have my rodent friends. We're going to say they're going to invite themselves into people's homes and leave the cards where people can find them. So that way the Bent Intent Arcane Emporium can be more well known. That way you'll get more customers. It's a very great infestation marketing, if you want to call it that.
Stormclimb, make a persuasion check.
Can I assist him in any way? I am also
No.
proficient in persuasion. Damn it! This is the
This
most
doesn't
aggressive
give-
marketing tactic I've ever heard of, and I love it.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that doesn't give me advantage. That doesn't sound like an awesome thing to do.
No, it gets me to allow you to make a persuasion check.
It's totally a scan. It's a rat scan.
Shit. Wait. Hold on 1 second. It's a 10, but hold on.
Are you really-
Hold on that thought.
Oh my
Really?
goodness. He's really doing it.
Mm,
He's gonna do it. I'm not stopping him. I'm not gonna say anything. I love this. This is
Nope.
great.
I only get a 4 on my card, so that's not going to really change anything.
You
Well,
never
I
know.
tried.
Tell you what,
I'm not gonna
Stormclimb.
waste my 4.
Tell you what, Stormclimb, I will give you a discount, sure, just to round down prices, because I like myself round prices, so I'll give you a 10 gold pieces discount, make that 350, and also stop you from your marketing tactics. The last thing I would want is for people to start getting calling cards in their houses about me, a magician who lives in town. That would not be nice. People might interpret that.
Pretty sketchy.
People might interpret that the wrong way.
Okay, I see your point. Well, I guess that sort of worked.
For the future, keep that idea in mind. We can use it later.
yeah, we can.
Well, I've actually got one more card up my sleeve. Hopefully I won't have to use that either. So, yeah, it's almost just as bad as the rat infestation marketing. So, in any case, so yeah, it's
350.
345, you said?
No, 350.
Okay.
Oh, I see you trying to lower the price even further.
Did you say
Sorry, I can't
245?
remember.
Oh man, he just.
I'm sorry, my
tried to
heart's
play the
just
deal.
pounding from all this, so I can't really. I haven't been writing down the numbers.
It's
Roll
okay.
a real life persuasion check.
It's 350.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Can
you,
I?
you
So I
dis-
guess we're gonna go with that.
yeah, you discount that 350 from the party funds, I imagine, and there you get a you get
Insignia.
yeah, you get the insignia of claws, which is less so just the insignia itself, because that sounds boring. And what you actually get is the insignia, but it's hand wraps
Oh,
that
nice.
that you put on, and they're hand wraps that you being a monk, you know how to hand wrap your fists, but when you finish wrapping both of your fists, normally you would just kind of tuck in the wrappings in on itself, but at the end, kind of on the back of your wrist, almost where wristwatch would go, there it is, the insignia of claws, and that is a clasp that keeps the wraps closed in, and as you just clasp that in, the magical enchantment with it seems to just make the wrappings conform to the form of your hands, and it kind of snugly hugs it. And when it does, you feel this surge of energy, and you feel your hands a little bit lighter, and you feel almost like you can reach just its smediest further and faster and punch a little bit harder.
Wow.
Those look great on you. I love it.
Yeah, and I feel different. I don't know. We have to put it to some good use.
Punch me, hit me.
Okay,
See
I
how good
punch
it hits
Drac. And No, I don't punch that guy. We need the hit points.
No,
So
I can take it.
what I'm gonna do
Pump
for
some
you,
key into it.
right? What I'm gonna do for you, Ender, is add on your character sheet a monked unarmed strike. I'll just call it unarmed strike and have a +1 at the end. So the way it works is that you're using your dexterity, and here between dex and proficient you get a +1. Actually no, not over there. You're getting magic bonus, a +1.
Yeah.
So that should do it. Same thing for the damage, which should be your shebang, which is 1d4 plus the
1d4.
dex. So I have that.
Perfect. Perfection.
In fact, I'm even gonna put the +1 before that, just so it's easier to see on your character sheet.
Okay.
So as you look at that and look at Drachdarin offering to work as a punching bag, do you punch him?
Right here, right in the chest. Come on, I can take
okay.
it. Come on.
So I take a stance and jab him straight in the chest.
Okay, make your attack roll. Oh, there he goes.
Holy shit! Ouch!
It hits, and
it very hits.
it deals quite a lot of damage. In fact, I completely forgot to type in that the type of damage is bludgeoning. Sorry.
Do flurry of blows.
Don't do flurry of blows.
Yeah, the key points are important, though.
Right.
I flurry of blows, Drake.
Oh no!
Okay.
We
roll.
still have a week, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get those points back. Okay.
You have downtime. So roll 2 more attacks.
Oh, come on.
Oh no, misses. Oh no. Damn it, Drake.
Block and parrying. Just letting him hit me because I'm a freaking wall. What are you going to do?
So
They're good hits though. No, they're good. They're good.
But then-
Feels great.
8 damage. That's so much. The power of +6 also. Sorry, I'm talking out of character, but like it's totally different from the +4 from the last fight.
Right.
Oh.
So as you finish punching Drachdarin with this flurry of blows, Drach, you were expecting just the one punch, not a whole flurry, and as you suffered those punches, you didn't have Ender punch you before, but now that you have, you wonder if he was punching just as hard before. You remember back when you were fighting bandits and thugs in the forest the first time you guys met, it didn't seem like Ender was punching this hard. You imagine that with all this training that you all have been doing since you began adventuring together, it's been really helping him. That and the gloves, but more so the training.
That was that was good. I don't really want to be on the receiving end of that again.
I feel really good punching people now.
Yeah, you've got that smile again.
Yeah, as Ender clenches his fists, like ready for a battle.
Right, so
Adventure.
where are we going next? Adventure.
Adventure!
So, for the remainder of the week, the party goes on, following the remainder of their endeavors that does not involve selling trinkets around. I will say that instead of spending most of your time on your own doing things, you realize that you work very well together, and it would be even more beneficial if the three of you were to start pulling your strength together, not only during combat but also outside of combat whenever you get time, and you start training in the downtime while Stormclimb's armor is being made. You start training all sorts of combat techniques together.
Throwing the rat.
Yeah, you
Get that rat throwing proficiency.
You
Yay.
start training, lobbing Stormclimb around towards things. So Drachdarin, you
Are we really doing that?
yeah, sure.
You were the
Why
one who
not?
first
You
suggested
wanted it.
You're the one who's going to be
That's gonna
throwing
happen.
him. You're the one who's going to be throwing him more often than not. I shouldn't be
Oh.
throwing people at things.
So Drachdarin, you work sort of as the catcher for when Ender tries to throw Stormclimb at you, and it takes several tries. At first, it's pretty easy throwing Stormclimb at Drachdarin and Stormclimb as you fly through the air, unhindered by your heavy armor. It's a little bit hard to not let the wind rushing past you not hinder your movement as you try to land attacks with your toothpick of a rapier against Drachdarin. And throw after throw after throw, Ender's accuracy improves somewhat, and you eventually learn, Ender, that throwing rats with rapiers is almost like throwing darts.
Oh.
You got away with words.
There's a little finagling that you have to put into it before you do, especially the part where you don't squeeze the dart too much to the point of hurting it. But eventually you get the hang of throwing Stormclimb, and Stormclimb you also get the hang of being thrown. So I will consider that, Ender, you have proficiency with throwing Stormclimb now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, clap, 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 clap.
I'm gonna add that to the list.
So you can make an attack on your character sheet that is just the Stormclimb throw, just to make rolls easier. That's why you don't have to roll, and we mentally add your proficiency bonus to that. It will do no damage though. It will only allow Stormclimb to first attack with a much longer range than before, and attack with advantage if your initial attack hits the enemy's AC.
Okay, what am I supposed to write on this attack then?
Just Stormclimb throw, I imagine, whichever name you want to
Okay.
call it.
Is there a range?
Yes.
Fastball special.
It has a range. The short range is 30, the long range is 120. Actually,
If I see him spike Stormclimb 120 feet away, I'm gonna
Yeah, that
freak
would
the
be
hell
so
out.
cool.
Don't worry, I got armor. I'm fine.
Gravity does not agree.
What
the
else?
damage dice for falling in D&D is scary, okay?
He's only throwing me 120 feet across, not 120 feet up.
well, with
If it-
speed enough to be considered that you were sort of falling if you were to hit
Yeah, that's
something
kinda
else.
terrifying.
No damage. Oh, here. I removed the damage part.
Yeah, it's just
I'll just tuck
the...
and roll.
You do use dexterity for that attack though, so change that from strength to dexterity.
That's true. Dex.
Yeah, if it took Dex, I would have had Drac throw me, but then I probably would have become like tomato sauce against the wall.
Yeah. You don't want drag throw.
I did add the red throw proficiency on my list, just so you know.
Cool, thank you. In fact, I wonder that if you were really to want it, Drachdarin could also have trained during this week with rat throwing.
If he trusts me.
Do you, Stormclimb?
Oh, sorry, I was too busy laughing. Yeah, I'm fine with that too, I guess.
All right.
But I guess for Drachdarin, it's more like he's
Strength-based
batting
throw,
me
more-
like a
yeah.
baseball. Like he just throws me up and then whacks me with the butt of his great axe.
That does not sound good.
That sounds painful.
I have armor. It's fine.
I'm
I got
telling
21.
You have to take an attack to be flinged into the air.
That
Like,
just seems like I could roll a natural 20 on you. Which would be terrifying. Strength-based throw, then, we'll call it.
Yeah, however, because you're throwing with strength and not with dexterity, your range is much shorter. It's 15, 60. Which should be
I'm good
half.
with that.
That's fine. This is just so hilarious to talk about.
Yeah, why the hell not?
Why the hell not?
And on top of that, also Stormclimb, as you train with your companions being tossed around back and forth, getting used to the speed, just in time to ask the blacksmith to probably fashion tiny goggles for you to use. That's so the wind doesn't get in your eyes as you're being tossed around.
Neat. Well, actually, it could be just like fashioned to my helmet, I guess, because I'm wearing full knight armor.
I am, yeah. It's part of your helm too as well. So your helm blocks your eyes in such a way that the wind doesn't bother it when you get tossed around. Furthermore, I imagine Stormclimb that you also train using Ender as sort of a mount during combat.
Ah, you've read my feat, huh?
I did.
Yes, that I do it for both. I do it for both Ender and Drachdarin. So, because both of them, I've written them as mounts, so it kind of counts.
Yeah, do you want to tell us what the feat does?
Sure. So for a mounted combatant, basically, whenever I'm riding on my mount, I get advantage. I get advantage on attack rolls against enemies that are smaller than my mount. So if I'm riding on a horse, I totally get advantage. Also, if somebody tries to attack my mount, I can direct the attack to myself, so that instead of my mount taking the hit, it's me. And if my mount is ever subjected to a dexterity saving throw, they take half damage when they fail and no damage when they succeed.
Oh my god, I'm so alive right now. I'm
cool-
never gonna die anymore.
Ender is never gonna die.
I am the ultimate shield!
This is amazing.
So yeah, that's why I wanted to drive up my AC as high as possible.
So the secret for immortality is having a rat riding you.
A god-powered rat.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the important part.
So
Not just any rat will do.
precisely.
She starts picking up the rainbow rat off the street and putting on her shoulder.
Is this one good? Is this one? Oh no!
It's not working.
Oh my god.
It takes quite a while. The three of you training on the guild training grounds, tossing Stormclimb around, and then Drachdarin going full force against Ender as Stormclimb tries to ride Ender, sort of like Ratatouille, trying to direct him
Yes,
as best as you
exactly.
can.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, this is the best.
And Drachdarin, you see that when the two of them are working against you, it's way harder to hit either. So you start focusing on trying to dismount the rider, who is a Stormclimb, but it's very tricky, and you see that he's acquired enough mastery of piloting someone, I suppose, and aiding them in dodging danger, that the three of you feel like, despite being lacking in numbers, you manage to cover each other's weaknesses pretty well. Maybe a little bit too well, in fact.
Maybe a little bit too well.
All part of the plan.
Yep. This is so awesome. Okay, so do we still have time to do a little bit more? Because there's just just two things that I need to do if we still have time.
Sure. What would that be?
So, after having that conversation with Ander about how he felt with finally meeting another white tiger folk whose name is
Anthony.
what was his? Yes, Anthony. And he said that he felt like he was in danger now, and Stormclimb completely understands how he feels. So, knowing that the tiger folk is that released those death dogs at us, he is going to ask his rat network to see if they can find as many tiger folk as they can in the city. Follow them back to wherever
The guy who
sorry, not
attacked...
tiger folk, lion folk.
Yeah, there you go.
And yeah, so find as many lion folk as possible. Blah blah blah. Find where these lion folks are staying at, and in compensation, he will throw them a feast for every tiger folk they find. And like, there's probably like not too many lion folk, so it shouldn't be too hard. There shouldn't be too big of a number. But since they're rats, the how was it? Stormclimb would probably only have to like throw a feast for like 3 days straight, and then the rats will just forget about it.
So Stormclimb, you
Because they
try...
can't do math.
Maybe. You try to do that and make a... I'll say a persuasion check. Why not?
23, y'all!
Look at you.
Oh my.
The rats do eventually report back to you with news of this lion folk who seems to be meeting with other people in town, and then eventually they seem all to gather outside of town, somewhat southwards, directly south of the town. Not even following the roads, they seem to go off-road and follow the edge of the river on this side of Redemption.
Okay, so
And you get the sense that somewhere over there is where they are, and the rats also tell you that apparently whoever these lion folk and their companions are working for, they do not seem to be well liked in town because people don't receive them well. People shut their doors whenever they are around, and in general they're just not liked. And the rats also tell you that it's apparently under direct order of the guild that these people are not to be received in town, and they seem to belong to a organization called the Truth Seekers.
interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's see. All right. So how much silver is this going to cost me for these rats?
Not much. You find a way to pull off a big banquet for all of them, and it takes you about 2 silver pieces.
No problem.
You talk with your many friends that you have acquired through the weeks, and they help you find food that they are not gonna use anymore, that they were probably use as fuel, quote unquote, for their plants or whatever, because they don't remember the name of that. And they decide that, sure, since the little rat is asking, might as well give it to him. Anything else?
Sorry, you went mumbly at that last part. So the rats found some food and just gave it to me?
No, the people, your friends that you have contacted in the past weeks.
Oh.
Like Finn and the people from the New Cabaret and whoever else.
Okay, yeah. And so let's see. I don't think I have any more time to do my good deeds that I've been neglecting these past few weeks because I've been caught up with adventures. So how many days do I have to make potions?
How many do you want to make?
As many as I have left, so I guess at the very least 3.
Sure, you have plenty days to make 3.
Okay, yeah, because I just want to spend the rest of my days making as many potions as I can. So that's 20 per potion of healing?
Yes, each potion takes you 1 whole day to make, and 20 gold pieces.
Okay, I did the math, and I'm of course going to give Ander and Drachdarin their potion of healing, and I'm also going to I'm going to ask if Drachdarin can give me his death dog venom since he didn't use it in our fight against the hag.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so yeah, everybody gets one.
And I believe everyone's done with their downtime activities.
I think so.
I believe so.
Yeah, it was an awesome time, so I'll just take care of my good deeds the next downtime.
All right. So at the end of the week, all of you have taken through your own times doing whatever it is you need to do or wanted to take care of. And one of these days, as you are training together and... Oh no, Stormclimb is gone.
Yeah. Can I test the Stormclimb throw attack just to see if
Sure.
I didn't mess it up?
Sure. Should be working. So yeah, there you go. 14.
Yeah.
There isn't a damage attached to that because the damage is dependent on Stormclimb's
Yeah, that's
attack.
right. That's right. Plus Dexter plus proficiency. Yeah,
Yep.
that's exactly.
So it makes it easier on the both of you to make attack rolls with Stormclimb.
Yeah.
So as the week is going by, the three of you are walking back and forth to town on your own to, just after training, after you go to the tavern to get some food that isn't the same food that you have been having so oftenly at the guild. And as you're making your way through the main thoroughfare, you spot just a few paces away from you that same lion folk from before that released the deaf dogs on you guys. And he seems a little bit distracted, but when he looks up and notices you, Ander, you see that his eyes go wide, and he immediately turns around and starts walking in the opposite
I cast
direction.
command.
8.
Wait, he's walking? I thought he would have ran.
He starts walking away very fast. He picks up the pace and starts trying to walk away, but I imagine you're casting command.
Yeah.
What is the range on command?
Oh wait, is this still during our downtime?
No, this is after the downtime.
Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna waste a spell slot for that. We're gonna just continue.
Okay, so I'm gonna chase after him.
Okay, you break out running after him?
Yeah. And I'm gonna run after him, shouting thief and pointing at him so people around might try to help me catch him.
Okay. Make a persuasion check, Ender.
Oh no. Why?
Oh yes.
Hey.
Okay, good. A lot of people notice you shouting thief as he starts running away, and some people do try their best to block his passage. And whenever he tries to run away any further, people just get in front of him and starts blocking him from the main thoroughfares. And as he looks back and see the three of you approaching on a full-on sprinting, I guess, he just tucks into a nearby alleyway, and you're very close by, almost enough to grasp at him, but he managed to dodge and run into an alleyway where there aren't as many people. And he seems to be making his way down south through the Merchant's Quarter, which is a very, very long street. And I imagine the remainder of you are giving chase, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
always.
Which might be a bit daunting shoving through the crowd, but
All right.
Hey, this is an awesome chase.
So as all of you guys,
Stop that man.
So as he ducks into this street in the merchant's quarter that is much more empty and doesn't have as many people walking around, there's nobody really to block him as you keep shouting thief, and the merchants, they don't really try and stop him. The few ones that are on the outside of the shop, and you just walk right past, and he does so as well. I would like everyone to make well, everyone except Stormclimbing, because I imagine you're riding someone, to make a
That is correct.
dexterity check. Check,
Oh, sorry,
not
that's
save.
a save. My bad. It won't be any better. It's the same.
Weirdly enough, it is. So he managed to just duck into an alleyway.
Inspiration. Sorry.
I mean-
what about inspiration, Andrew? If you want to use that.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Do you want to use it?
Yeah, I want to use it.
Okay, go for it.
Oh, maybe I didn't. I'm gonna use it.
All right. So that's 17. Is just enough. You'll start breaking away a little bit from that Drachdarin who, goodbye. As big and burly as he is, everyone clears away to not get trampled by him, but due to his bulk, he's not as fast as you, a monk who is trained in this sort of things, and due to your natural speed, you're able to give chase to this man much faster. And so much so, in fact, that when you quickly look back as the two of you, you chasing this lion folk, turn the corner, you see that Drachdarin is several many paces behind. And then he seems to go even further down in some streets, down the merchant's quarters, but you, Ender, managed to catch up to him. It takes very short time after that before you manage to really get him in the crossroads. And the lion folk, he just stops and notices you, and without having anywhere else left to run, he just stops, looks at you and notices you, paces away from him, and he just stops running, turns towards you and unsheaths a sword and just points at you. Stay away, I say.
No, you stay away from me, and I throw Stormclimb at him.
Okay. Alright, make your Stormclimb attack roll, I imagine.
Yay! First Stormclimb attack. Oh my
Oh
god!
shit! Nat 20.
Stormclimb makes the lion explode into a million pieces.
Just full on piercing the guy.
Now
Okay.
it's an anime.
Yeah, go like it's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure with that one stand.
Sure. So, Stormclimb, you notice the slime folk, he just stops and stands there, and then Ender just throws you at him with such anger you didn't see before, and you just fly, you just whiz through the air, and you most definitely hit him, so make your attack roll with advantage.
Nice. $23.
Which hits. And you deal 10 points of silver piercing damage to this man.
Neat.
Alright. As soon as you do, he seems to collapse to the ground with a big old puncture wound on his shoulder where you just hit him. He one of his knees just buckles and he kind of falls down and starts gasping and tries to reach for you to kind of slap you away, but you're too quick and nimble and you manage to just kind of hop off of him, back flapping back into the onto the pavement away from him with incredible nimbleness now that there isn't a plate armor weighing you down. And eventually, Drachdarin, you catch up to them.
Did you kill him? What the fuck? What did I miss?
I think he's fine. It's time for some questions, baby. I guess.
Drachdarin
He's not able to fight, right?
runs over and picks the guy up and just grapple holds him.
All right, you three ran over to the guy and you grab him on a very tight hold, grappling this man and just hold him there. And he just kind of looks very desperate as he notices you just grabbing him. He's bleeding from his shoulder and he just stammers a little bit. I didn't mean to. I promise I didn't mean to. Let me go, please.
You didn't mean to kill us? What? Who sent you? What are you doing? Who are you? Answer me!
Vayne, he commanded us, and I really didn't mean to attack your village. I never did. They made us.
So you were on the attack on my village? What? Who is this Vayne guy?
His and he kind of tries to stop the bleeding a little bit by holding his shoulder, and also holding Drachdarin's gigantic arms that are kind of grappling him, and just very desperate in his position and keeps on stammering, not super sure of what to do and what to say. Before you all hear a voice coming from behind. That would be me. And as you turn around to look, you see these well-armored and well-dressed bear folk, followed by two other men, humans both, who are just holding, not holding anything. They seem also well-armored and well-equipped as they approach, and Vayne, the bear folk, he just looks at the three of you with a smirk, and you can see that he's grizzled. Part of his fur has gone white from old age, and he looks past his best years, but he still carries a very imposing air as he approaches the three of you from behind. I sent them to attack your village. And you,
Why did you do so?
Is Ender, am I correct?
And you do know me after all this time.
Well, I heard people talking about that there was a little cat looking for me. I think I found you before you did find me.
What did you want from us? Why did you do this mess out of my life?
Tiger folk, you're very fond of your secrets. You always have been. I knew others before you who also were very fond of secrets, and they kept them. They were supposed to share those secrets with the world, but they didn't. Your kind is a sly one, deceiving and untrustworthy. I don't need to trust you anymore if I take matters into my own hands.
But this had nothing to do with my village. You can't put everyone in the same bag, just keep attacking people like that.
Oh, it goes far beyond your village. You work for the guild. Did you know that the father of the father of the tiger folk who runs the guild stole from me. And then his son stole from me as well. And now him, the junior, wants to keep me away from this city, away from the secrets they have stolen from me, from us.
That's a nice sailboat, but I pay for it? I know something about it, but why do I pay for it?
Oh, and there, everyone's paying for everything everyone has done at some point or another. You just happen to be less fortunate in the price you have to pay. The price you are still paying could be much higher or much lower. Depends on whether or not you're willing to work for me.
How am I supposed to do that? How can I accept that after what you have done?
Well, if you were paying attention, I said that people stole secrets from me, which means I have secrets, some of which you might find very interesting to have, and I'm willing to share them with you if you come and work for me.
I don't trust you. Convince me on that. What kind of secrets could you possibly have?
What do you mean you don't trust me? What do you mean I have to convince you? A man does not get banned in a city for nothing.
A man does get banned from a city from doing evil stuff.
You call me evil. What for? Searching a few places for some secrets? Things that were taken from me wrongfully?
Sending dogs after us?
That was my man's doing. What I offer you is not what they are doing with their cowardly methods. What I offer you is much more valuable. But are you man enough to come and work for me, Ander?
You know what? I don't buy it. I don't buy it, and I'm taking you to the guild. We're gonna settle there.
You're taking me no place, cub. And he just unsheaths his sword.
I cast Bless.
Lightning breath.
Okay. So the three of you do that, I imagine. Cool. By the way, Drachdarin, you're missing hit points.
Am I? Oh, that's right. I never filled it back up. My bad.
So I would like the three of you to roll for initiative, because why would you not?
Because we one-shot all of them?
If only.
Oh, you wish. So, yeah, roll for some initiative. There you go. And cool. Stormclimb, you cast Bless on everyone. You are concentrating on that. Every one of your party mates are blessed. I imagine you let go of the little guy behind you, the lion folk, who does not have a lion folk portrait, but believe me, he's a lion folk.
Oh,
I'll believe
okay.
you for
now. I do that and make sure to get back onto Anders' shoulder.
Sure. And Drachdarin, you unleash your lightning breath on Vayne.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh my
Let's
God.
make a deck save.
Cool. Let me do that.
That was DM saying cool, like, oh, why did you do
Oh,
that?
why did you do this to me?
What a bother. You're
Right.
gonna ruin the story.
Yeah, that's a 13.
That's my DC.
Yes.
So
Oh,
So
he saves.
He saves. He takes half damage. Roll the damage.
So he takes 5 damage.
Okay, cool. So
oh, you forgot to tinify me, Doug.
I'll leave it that size. It's okay. It's easier to find you in the map later.
Yeah.
Okay, his initiative is 14. As you all unleash all these magics and blasts on him, he just lifts up his arm to shield himself from the blast, and after he lowers it, all his companions are very surprised by these blasts. Well, the ones blast that came at him. But they all see this tiny rat now shining with holy light and illuminating the three of you. And Vayne just he takes a couple steps forward. It's alright, man. Let me show you how I settle debts. So, Ender, what are you doing?
He's fighting us alone, is that it?
Yes.
I made a terrible mistake.
That
Oh
scares
my.
the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the issue?
He's fighting us 1-on-1, 1v3. I don't like
Yeah.
that. I don't like that.
I'm gonna straight up to him and let me check the distance.
Actually, he's a little bit closer, just to make matters easy.
No, but I was gonna pounce him. You just
Okay.
remove my pounce.
Sorry.
I mean, you could always get a running start, dude.
Yeah, I can get a running start. You can put him back 10 feet away from it.
Backflip away, sprint in.
Okay, so
Super dope monk shit.
I just need 20 feet. It's not that much of a big deal. Okay, so I'm wrong. I'm coming up to him here. Can I really believe the other guys are not attacking? I'm not gonna fall for that. I'm gonna just stay right here. And I'm gonna attack him.
Sure.
Make sure to
Oh,
have
the
the
quart-
place marked.
Yeah, it's marked. The quarterstaff is stronger.
Ooh.
Okay, so
Okay,
you're attacking him with your quarterstaff, right?
yeah.
Okay. As you run towards him and try to bonk him with your quarterstaff, he seems to just raise an arm, and you see his very his plated greaves just blocks off the impact as he swishes off to the side.
He blocked the 16. Okay. The saving throw for pounce. It's 8 plus strength plus proficiency.
That's the DC. The saving throw he has to do is what? Dexterity?
Sorry, we're losing you, dog. Like, I couldn't hear what you said.
That's the DC of the saving throw. He has to make a dexterity, I believe. Saving throw. Strength saving throw. It says before the DC.
It's strength, yeah. You said before.
Does he make the save regardless if you hit or not?
Yeah, it's just if I just have to attack. No. In hit, I have to hit.
Yep.
I
So it.
Sorry, so no pounce. Yeah.
All right. So you try to hit him with D1 attack. He seems to bounce it off harmlessly. And then what else are you doing?
I'm gonna flurry of blows.
Okay, make 2 unarmed attacks. All right.
Nice.
Nice.
Both hit. for 15 points of damage. Nice. As you
Wait, does bounce counts for these bonus attacks? I don't think so.
No, because pounce would allow you to make an attack as your bonus action, because normally nobody can. But
Yeah, that's true.
as a monk, you already can, so pounce is redundant.
Oh,
It's mostly just for that saving throw.
I would get them prone actually if bounce.
For the pounce, for the saving throw, I believe only the first attack counts. Yeah, only the first attack.
Yeah, I think so. That makes sense.
Yeah, if the target is then prone, you can make the bonus attack attack.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, so pop, you unleash 2 punches at this guy, and he just takes them on the face. Very somewhat stunned by the speed with which you are able to attack him, and he seems to take a step back. His eyes widens a bit, but then when he recovers, you just see him smiling, grinning as he looks at you. And that's the end of your turn. Drachdarin, what are you doing?
I am seeing our friend leap into combat. I am going to rush up to join him.
Okay.
Presumably, Stormclimb is on one of us.
Yes.
Leander.
Yeah, Stormclimb
Yeah, I'm
is
on
on my
Andy.
shoulder.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
So, if I can move up, firing line position,
Okay,
Oh my.
because I don't want to get flanked, because that sucks.
sure.
And I'm going to take a big ol' swing at him with the great axe.
Go for it. That hits.
Does a 25 hit?
yeah.
Wow.
17 damage.
It does, yeah. That's it?
Yeah, and that's all I can do.
Alright.
Shit, I forgot to brew my juice today. Ah, I knew I forgot something.
Sorry. We did a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
we do
we did
that
so much
now?
stuff that I forgot that that's something I always do every day. Ugh, that's the one thing I forgot to do.
So,
Okay.
Drachdarin, after you do that Stormclimb, you're up.
Okay, I am going to... I'm going to use my Divine Sense. I mean, sorry, Channel Divinity.
Okay.
1 second.
Your Channel Divinity, you score crits easier now.
The Legendary Strike. What was that?
You score critical hits easier now.
Yes. And let's see, this guy seems very, very confident in himself with such a high AC, so I'm going to take the dodge action right now.
Okay, so you take your entire turn just making sure that you're not gonna be able to be hit.
Yeah, I just want to gauge to see how powerful this guy is first.
Okay, makes sense. So that's your turn.
Yes.
Alright, now it's Vane's turn. He looks at the three of you and seems to ponder and wonder for a moment. Oh, I see. Surrounding yourself with strong bodyguards. Your folk were not as clever as you are. And he's gonna unleash some attacks against your party. So, Drachdarin is gonna strike at you. My thing is not working. I can't seem to be able to roll from D&D Beyond towards roll 20. Normally works. I wonder why it's not working.
Weird.
That is sad because I wanted you guys to be able to see the rolls in the replay later. Just so nobody knows that I'm, up to hijinks. Let me close this and try and open it again. Maybe it'll work. But yeah, he's gonna go and attack you, Drachdarin. First, just see how that goes. Ah, dang, yeah, it's not working. Sorry. So you have to believe me.
I tend
Oh,
to believe
no.
the DM.
So you see,
Nasty tactics.
You see, he examines the three of you, and then there's a small glint on his eyes as he seems to analyze the whole thing, and he kind of goes into a little stance. Combat stance even. He gains 15 temporary hit points. And then he gains advantage on attacks, and he's gonna attack you, Drachdarin. The first attack is going to be he hits you.
Oh boy.
For incredible 14 points of damage.
Oh my god. What have I done?
Gotten us in
It's okay.
trouble.
He's got second
Good
wind.
trouble. Yeah,
Then-
I've got stuff.
He attacks you again and hits with a 17,
God dang it.
dealing 11 points of damage.
Stop it.
And then
Stop that.
he attacks you one more time, hitting and dealing 13 points of damage.
Ow. First of all.
Yep. And then he just looks at the three of you and grins and says, "Oh, I thought you were gonna last a little bit longer." Ender, what are you doing?
I'm feeling so bad right now.
Kick his ass, Ender.
Should I? That's the question. Okay, I'm gonna kick his ass. I got no other choice. Can I? Nothing. I'm gonna just start attacking right away.
Alright.
It misses. I guess, right?
Yeah, a 10 will miss if it missed with 16.
Sure. Don't so two more attacks.
Mm-hmm. Unarmed strikes.
Yeah.
Okay, that last one hits. Takes away from his temporary hit points.
He has temporary hit points.
Yep.
He gained 15 temporary hit points at the beginning of his turn.
Oh, sorry. I might have.
It's okay. Don't worry.
Yeah, I didn't hear that either.
I'm just over here in the corner screaming in pain. Don't mind me.
Right.
I'm sorry, guys.
Ender, as you try to strike at him with your quarterstaff and then punch at him, for this two first times, you're too distraught seeing him just unload a Drachdarin who is looking very bad now, and which is odd because he's the strongest member of your party, and then strongest as in healthier, who has the most hit points, and to see him reduced to almost a pulp so fast fills you with dread, but then you recenter yourself and just unloads one single punch right on his muzzle, and you see some blood flying to the side, and then he recovers and just looks at you and starts grinning again. Drachdarin, what are you doing?
Let's start with a little bit of a second wind.
So how does that second wind work again?
Just as a bonus action, I can heal 1d10 plus my level, one time for between short or long rests. So.
Oh, and it doesn't use a hit die?
Nope. It's 1d10 plus your modifiers things.
Okay. That was terrible, but okay. And then I'm gonna give him a big ol' smack.
Okay,
Two-handed great axe action.
go for it. 16 is going to miss.
I'm going to use my inspiration card,
All right.
which adds 8 to that, so
Which
22 probably hits. Or 24.
24, yes. Hits. He loses his temporary hit points, and then loses some more actual hit points.
And I'm going to use... Should I? Yeah. I'm going to use Action Surge,
Okay.
I think. Unless that's...
Oh, are you trying to use action surge and then like?
Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Action Surge.
All
So I'm
right.
going to take another big hit at him.
Go for it.
Oh, Dice, you betray me.
Oh my.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
You steal yourself with energy, Drachdarin, after your first strike that misses, and then you try to go for another one, and both of them he just blocks and parries with his shield. And when he returns his shield to his side and looks at the two of you, you're looking very concerned.
I'm not sure this is a fight that we can win, but I will use my movement to move behind him.
Okay,
No.
and you
It's
decide
fine.
Oh,
you decide to flank him as the two other men that are behind you, Drachdarin. They seem to make movements to go for their weapons and their sheets. They don't seem to be making any movement to get any closer. They're not going too far. They're staying there, but they're not. They don't seem to be partaking in the combat either. So, Stormclimb, what are you doing?
oh, Drac, why did you put me in this position? Okay.
Because flanking bonus.
It's okay. I'm not gonna comment. So, okay. Jack is definitely not gonna make it the next round. So I'm going to run over to Drac. So I guess I'm just going to do like a Mario hop onto. What's this guy's name again?
Vayne.
Yeah, jump on, do a Mario bounce off of Vayne's head and get onto Drac's head, and then give him my health potion. Can I do that?
You can if you want.
Yep, I'm gonna give him my health potion.
Alright, you do that. That would cost you your action for him to drink the potion.
Yep, I am aware.
Okay.
Oh, right. So, I think Drac has to roll that, or do you want me to do that?
Drac rolls for it.
Okay, and he can add his hit die if he wants, right?
Yeah, if you want, he can add up to 1 hit die. Actually, because he's not unconscious, I'm allowing you to give it to him as your bonus action and him to use as a reaction.
What does that mean?
What is it, 2d6?
2d4 plus 2.
2d4 plus 2, okay.
And you can roll 1 hit die on top of that. So Stormclimb, you use your bonus action instead.
Okay, all right, I'm good with that. Then I'll. Ooh, nice.
Cool.
Then I'll. I guess with that opening, I'll stab Vayne in the back with my rapier.
Okay, go for it. You have a +2 from flanking.
And advantage.
An advantage, yes.
Ooh, nat 20! Or is it nat 19? I think it's a nat 19.
Yeah, natural
So,
19.
Yeah, I'm also going to do my Divine Smite.
Sure. Go for it.
And also my Fury of the Small. 1 second.
That's 4 points of damage.
4.
There you go.
So what does that equal? I think
25.
that's 25, I guess.
Yep, 25 points of damage.
Yep. So give him that delicious divine energy explosion.
Oh my god.
Okay, so that's your turn, right?
Yep, that's my turn.
Okay.
How's he looking?
Still okay. He looks a little bit hurried now, not expecting you guys to fight back so much, but he's still looking concerningly healthy. So,
Oh my god, how thick are you?
as he looks over his shoulder to see where you went, Stormclimb, he says, "Oh, so you're the one who's helping them stay alive. I see where to aim now." And he prepares himself. Once again, channels in his fighting spirit, gets 15 temporary hit points, and has advantage on attacks, which is gonna make against you, Stormclimb.
Why are we fighting? Oh my god.
Bring it, bitch.
He hits you.
Shit. He got past the 21.
He did. And deals 13 points of damage to you. As you see his sword slashing towards you, Drachdarin, to try and hit Stormclimb, who's above your head. You just see this visage, this humanoid form that just appears and puts out its hands, blocking the slash. It doesn't really get to affect Stormclimb, but you do see Stormclimb yelping in pain as if he had been hit by this attack. Although it clearly did not hit him, you get the sense that whatever this entity that seems connected to him is as much as part of him as his physical self, and you wonder how much punishment that can endure. For the second attack, ooh, natural 20.
What?
I must say,
You're killing us, Doug. Why is it that whenever it's just one person, we get almost flat out KO'd?
that's 21 points of damage to you.
I'm down.
Alright. So he just slashes at you again, Stormclimb, and as he does, Ender and Drachdarin, you just see this humanoid form once again holding out both of its hands to protect Stormclimb. But as he slashes at the hands, you just see as the sword cuts through the hands, and the form just disperses in a puff of smoke, and Stormclimb is actually flung back, not by the attack itself, but by whatever energy this humanoid entity released. And Stormclimb is flung back a little bit and falls from above you and lands on the ground behind you, unconscious, and you guys are no longer blessed.
Yep, so much for hashtag bless.
Next up, he looks at you again, Drachdarin. He spins his sword in his hands a couple times before coming down for a slash against you. That's a natural 17, which hits. And hits you, Drachdarin, for 8 points of damage. And then he just looks at the two of you and says, "Well, one of you is down. So, what will you say, kitty?" Ender, you're up.
Damn it. You're coming at my friends instead of me. You wanted me from the beginning, why are you doing this to them? If I come with you, would you let them go if I go with you?
If you agree to work with me, then yes. So what say you?
I'll come with you. If they go free and well and alive.
Of course. And he spins the blade on his hands a couple times. sweeping off the blood from the blade and then sheeting it back in on his sheet. At which point he just stands there and kind of steps to the side as the two of you rush towards the Stormclimb to give him some sort of aid, I imagine.
Yep. Throw in my healing potion. He gave me his, I'll give him mine.
You guys can have mine, actually. Take mine potion.
Actually,
I'm not gonna need it.
you can use a charge from your healer's kit to stabilize someone instead of using
That's
potions.
true. I always forget that. I'm gonna use the healer's kit.
I mean, you could just use the potion instead, and that still stabilize me while bringing up my HP.
can make more.
Yeah, but the fight is technically over. You guys are going free, you have time to do whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, like, he could give me the potion later. I can just make more.
Take my potion. Just take my potion. Take my healing potion.
Yeah, each potion costs 20 gold pieces for you guys to make. A use from healer's tools is... each charge is 1 gold piece, pretty much.
I already gave him my potion. I'm going with Vayne without my potion.
Okay.
Did you want to stabilize him with healer's tools, or do you want to just use potion on him?
The potion does
Okay.
that.
I'm just checking. So yeah, dump that extra potion onto Stormclimb.
Alright, as you guys do that, Vayne just waits for all of you to recover and recuperate and tend to Stormclimb's wounds. And as you look at Stormclimb, you can see that even through the armor, you can see what appears to be almost like a bruise on his face and a very tiny dent on his armor. You know, Drachdarin, for a fact, that at no moment the sword actually hit Stormclimb, and yet this barrier that his protective spirit grants him seems to shield him from attacks, but not quite fully negate them. So Stormclimb, you are brought back up, and the bear folk, as he looks at the three of you, he takes a hand to his jaw, kinda adjusts it a little bit in place and spits to the ground and say, "Well, at least you know how to put up a fight. It's been quite a while since that happened. So, I'll be brief. I don't need you to come with me. I want you to work for me on a very delicate mission. You and your type are very good at sneaking around. Like I said, the guildmaster stole a secret from me and I want it back. The guild holds within its halls a book, an arcane book. I want you to go there and retrieve it for me.
I'll do it. Don't get my friends in this mess. I'll do it for you.
If you do not find the book, they should have at least lenses. They look like a pair of normal lenses, but they are enchanted and very magical. If you can, retrieve that instead.
Okay, arcane book or lenses.
Or both.
Do you know where they keep it within the guild?
If I knew, I would have done that already. I need someone who's in with the guild, such as yourself, to do that for me. Do that and I'll let you in on a few secrets of my own. And don't worry, I'll make it worth your while. Also, these secrets are important enough that I went after your kind. So keep that in mind. they'll probably be protecting it with much stronger force than what I have shown you here. I will probably not want to willingly give it up. Come on. And he just turns and starts walking away as his 3 companions also start walking away. We're not welcome in the city. If we overstay, someone might find us, and that would not be nice. We've spilled enough blood already for a day. And as they walk away, they leave the 3 of you sore and somewhat bruised behind. And a few moments later, they step further down the road, turn into an alley, and they're out of sight. And with that, the 3 of you are alone in the middle of the merchant's quarter, in a very far away corner that you have never been to before, and probably have made a very bad memory here just now.
I punch the ground and say, God damn it! Why? Why is it that whenever I try to get stronger, this always happens? I'm never strong enough for anything! Damn it!
It's not your fault, Stormclimb. I'm sorry. It's all my fault as Ender falls on his knees to the ground. And I should have not put us through that. What have I done? I'm so sorry, guys.
You could not have known that he would be so much more powerful. You could not have known that you were
No.
fueled by. He killed your people.
I was so blind. I should have known. Of course, he killed my people. How could I stand up to him? That was so obvious.
It's
And
not like I did any better when we were in the forest.
I was not
No.
willing to just
Don't
let
hold
him.
it against yourself.
I was not willing to just let him talk to you like you're some child.
yeah, he made a fool out of me. I really see that. And now we're just about to become possible enemies of the town, stealing from guild and stuff. Like, I don't even know what to think about this.
I mean, he asked you to steal something. It's not like he asked you to kill someone. So, the situation can still be turned around if we just think it through.
But if it is something so heavily guarded by the guild that not even a group of bandits like them could get into it and deal with whatever they wanted to, and they want to use an inside man, then it's obviously not something they're willing to give up.
Let's take this somewhere more private. We can't talk about it out here.
Nor can we talk about it at the guild. Let's find a tavern or something.
Ye
Or-
old cabaret? Ye new cabaret?
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go lick our wounds and get a bath.
So the 3 of you make your way then, somewhat bruised and defeated, looking over your shoulder at every street you turn to make sure that Vayne and his men are not looking or following you or anything. But no matter how much you look, he's never behind any corner, and after a few moments you ease up a little bit, but then the anxiety comes back when you walk out of the city walls. And then as you look over your shoulders one last time, the 3 of you make a quick dash towards the new cabaret and start knocking on the door. And as soon as the door opens and you identify yourselves, you quickly make your way in. And as best as you can tell, you are safe.
Well, they're definitely not gonna touch us when they want us to steal something, so there's no point in them attacking us, but it is good to be careful. So I guess we pay our 1 gold to get our short rest, if that's okay with everybody. And let's see. I think we need to talk to somebody about this. At the very least, well, I don't know who. I'm not sure if Krug's the type of person we want to bring this up to, because, I'm not really sure how he'd help us. But
Well,
what
these
about...
guys here, they definitely hate the guild. I mean, they have some issues with them. They might be of some help if we don't disclose too much information.
Well, it's... The guild really only focuses on problems affecting nobles, so our cabaret do-gooders won't really help us with anything that helps the guild. However, since you do know... I keep forgetting that guy's name. Anthony?
Anthony.
Anthony.
Yeah. Anthony, maybe we should talk to him. Those guys are sworn enemies, so if anything, maybe we can get a plan to do some kind of sting. After
Or
all,
maybe
this guy isn't welcome here. That Vane guy.
Or maybe we should also learn what it is that they are after. I mean, we can't just go stealing blindly from a guild that we just got accepted to.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. But how do we get information? They don't have information to help. Or are they not willing to share anyways?
Well, perhaps.
That's
No,
why
go
I say
ahead.
we talk to Anthony, because the thing is that you two have a bond, so maybe he's more willing to cough up some info, and he's also affected by Vane. So
That
he's
is true,
better to
but
profit from defeating Vane than Anthony himself.
what if what Vane said is right and like Anthony is a kind of a bad guy running the town? What if I'm picking another wrong fight? What if we go I go and judge someone poorly again and he don't help us?
I don't think you've judged poorly per se. I wouldn't necessarily say that someone who has slaughtered your family and your home and your people falls into the good person category. And I don't think we know enough about this guild leader to pass judgment upon him. We need to figure out a lot more before we can make any sort of knowledgeable decision on what we're doing. And if in the process we can pin both sides against each other, or figure out some way that we can deal with Vane.
I mean, there is always, we could always try to assassinate the guy secretly, plant some explosives or poisonous food, things like that if we're going to really go dark side,
That's a difficult decision.
Well, there's no easy answers to this situation. So,
Absolutely.
honestly, I'm not really sure what the best step is for this situation. And
Yeah, I think the first step, let's learn about what we have to take from the guild. Maybe it's an easier job than it looks. I don't know. Let's actually understand that first and then make a decision from that.
okay,
First step to any good mission is reconnaissance.
Yeah.
after we take care of ourselves a little bit.
Yeah, I was not expecting him to hit that hard.
I'm so sorry again. I never forgive myself.
No, this is why you have a group. This is why we are a team. We take hits for each other. We stand up for each other.
Thanks for having my back there.
And let's try to learn from this situation and see what we can do better. So, yeah, Ander, what were you saying?
Yeah, no, nothing.
Okay, so did
short
you guys
rest.
subtract? Yeah, did you guys subtract 1 gold from the bag of holding yet?
I have not.
Okay,
No.
I will.
Okay.
Is it 1 gold per person?
No, it's 1 gold for the whole group for a wealthy short rest, if I remember right.
Yeah, for the bath and such. They treat you very well. I almost took the book away. They treat you very well in there. Bringing bath supplies to make sure to for you guys to relax your sore muscles after a short fight that took quite the toll on you guys. And they notice that the spirits around are somewhat down. One of them, let me check my notes.
Also, I'll be brewing some tea because we got to get that in since I forgot to do that. Sorry, guys.
Sure. So the horse folk who works with the mercenaries, Chocolate, as you remember, he notices that the 3 of you guys are looking kind of down, and he says, "So, what bug bit you this time?"
More like a sword.
Yes, a sword
Attached to a
wielded.
bear.
Yeah, attached to a rather strong bear. If you'd call that a bug, then that's the bug.
Well, I'm sorry. At least you didn't lose any limbs.
Optimistic.
No, but we seem to have lost our pride. We're kind of in a pickle. We're not really sure what to do. Frankly, how do I put this? We've been bullied into a situation we don't want to do, but we have no choice if we want to make sure our heads stay on our shoulders, as well as some information we need to get a hold of. But the thing is that we're going to have to steal from somebody that we're friends with. And the thing is that I'm not sure. We don't want to steal from our friends, but we're not sure we have any other choice. And we're just trying to figure out what the next step is.
Well, I figure that you have already figured that out. You said yourself you don't want to steal from your friend. If you don't want to do something, that you're being forced into do it, don't do that. There are options. There always is. You just haven't found them yet.
I really hope so. I would appreciate an option right now so much.
I tip him a silver because, he's just trying to be nice, and I'm pretty sure he's also thirsting for us to give him some money.
Not really, you guys are already paying for the service. It's just being nice, but he definitely accepts the silver.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that, just like, with girls at one of those, gentleman places, sometimes they're just extremely, extremely nice to you just so that you'd pay just a little bit more. That's kind of how I've seen it working. That's kind of how I've seen it at the cabaret when I visited.
Sure, if you...
But I know Chocolate is sincere, but, I'm pretty sure there's a small part of him that wants a little bit more.
Sure, he'd gladly accept it. Pockets the coin and says, "You see, you all look like very nice folk. Helping us rescue Juniper and such. Good folk like you normally have their hearts in the right place. So I would say just follow your hearts."
Thank you. Did you, I don't know, what's going on with you, Chocolate?
Oh, just trying to get by, thinking about family. They're far away. Wish I could be closer, but cannot. They live in another continent after all.
Why did you move here? I'm guessing for the money to send back to home?
Yeah, let's say that was it. Sure, why not?
Can I look into what that means? Like, can I read between the lines of what he's saying?
Make an insight check. Uh,
18. What happens?
As you look at him and the way he says that, you clearly see that that's not at all the case, but then you look around and you imagine that people don't become mercenaries if things back home were okay, and you think about your friend Drachdarin, who also proclaimed to be a mercenary once, and you imagine what home is like for Drachdarin, what home might be like for Chocolate, and what horrible circumstances might have forced them away from it.
Okay, so I guess I say to Chocolate, do you ever miss home? Like, do you ever get homesick and wish you can go back?
I've not ever met a man who does not miss his home, whatever home is. But anyway, I filled your ears long enough. Let me get out of your hair and, like I said, trust your heart. It'll get you quite a ways. And he nods and starts to wander off. And all three of you make a short rest where you can afford a free use of healer's tools for the party to roll temporary hit dice if you would like.
Sure, and I'm also going to have Ander help me make some, brew some tea, I guess? Yeah, I guess
Sure.
Yeah.
that's probably good.
Roll for it.
Drachdarin this entire time is just staring into his tankard, just kind of running a claw on the rim of it, just staring at the liquid, just totally silent.
Oh, that's something I've never heard of. I honestly thought you would have been in your bath by now. So I got a 21.
21.
Oh no, Ander. Let me roll my d4. Oh, a 4. Okay, so let me just pull up what I brewed first,
Okay.
while you look up what we got.
That's what, juice or a tea?
I don't know. I guess I'm not gonna look at the sheet right now, so I'm just gonna take a guess. Let's see, what kind of situation is this, a tea or a juice situation? Let's see. This isn't combat, so I'm going to, and we're down in the dumps, so I'm gonna use juice this time to lift our spirits. So that means it's mango nectar juice.
Alright. You sip in the juice that Stormclimb so lovingly prepared for the party, and it helps you calm down. It's very chilly and cold somehow. In the middle of summer, Stormclimb managed to craft quite a nice cold beverage for all of you to drink. It's so cold, in fact, that it seems to slow down your heartbeats enough for you guys to finally relax and ponder about what just happened and take things into new perspective.
At this point, Drac takes that and then goes to the bath, just like, thank you. And that's all he says.
Oh man, I just looked it up now. This buff isn't so great for our situation.
It gives, you can, for the next time you try to hold your breath, hold it for 10 extra minutes.
That's good to not make breathing sounds while sneaking.
I suppose so. You know, or like a monster that can detect your breath.
That, and
Well,
you never know whenever you're gonna need to go underwater.
okay, well, let's hope that there's like some secret underwater level in this guild then.
Can
In
I
this guild?
can I use that to stay 10 minutes underwater in my bath? So
I was just
Cut
about to
out.
say that.
Well, I mean, wait. The thing is that you could also use it to keep yourself. There's not just the 10 minutes of holding your breath, because the thing is that with juice, you could also take half. You can take resistance against fire damage for one time only, or it can give you endurance against hot environments, if I remember correctly. I mean, it's summer, so that sort of works out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
you take your mango juice and ponder to one another for a little moment. A long moment of quiet just washes over the three of you as you ponder and reflect a little bit on what just happened and what it all means. Ender, you ponder about what is the right thing to do and how little you know about this entire situation. Drachdarin, you think about how quickly you were bested in combat, and you imagine just how, if all the training, all the rituals that you have been going through, if they have worked at all or not, and you can't help but to imagine, you feel this moment of powerlessness wash over you as you just going through that battle in your mind one last time, just reviewing every single move. And you, Stormclimb, you worry for your friends, pondering why all of this is happening. It seems so unfair, and yet this is the situation you find yourselves in. And you imagine, what can you do to help? What would your deity do if it were there and could help you? But after your short rest in the bath, do you guys do anything during it, or do you what do you do? Where do you go?
Wait,
Or
how
there's-
much time did we have to steal this Arcana book?
They didn't say any details. Vayne just said that Ender had to steal it. And
Yeah.
didn't say where to meet him, how much time he had to do it. Didn't give any other details.
Yeah, just assume he can find us whenever he wants. I mean, he could anytime that he wanted to.
Yep. Follow my heart, huh? Well, my heart can turn into this spiritual ghost thingy. I haven't even given it a name. Do you guys ever name your weapons?
I did at one point, but I lost that one. I haven't named my axe. It's been a long time. I try not to get too attached to things, but maybe he will get a name after a while here.
Yeah.
Yours
and,
seems more personal.
Yeah, I suppose. And I take out my rapier and it's like, I called this one Martini since a lot of people poked fun at it, saying that it deserved to have a couple of olives on it. So I just ran with it and stabbed him with it too. So yeah, that's me.
I think for me it will be weird to name my fists after something. But then
I mean,
again,
I've seen people get like tattoos on their knuckles, you know?
yeah, I know, but then again, I never thought them as actual weapons. I mean, even all this fighting stuff is new to me. That was not part of how I was raised, you know?
Were you trained as a pacifist monk? As
Was
far
it
as I
more of
know,
an
most monks
exercise?
are they're all very combative.
Yeah, I quite tend to my studies and helping people around the monastery. I was never much going to combat, and we never had trouble at the monastery. So besides my training, I never got any actual practice, field practice. You know.
Well, for not having previous practice, you are pretty damn good, I will say.
Thanks.
That comes from someone who has seen his fair share.
By the way, you do have that bow staff, so you could always name that.
Nah, I'm not attached to that. I think I'm good.
Okay. I'm going to use lay on hands on myself and just heal for 10 hit points.
Sure.
Stormclimb, when we were in the forest and you went unconscious, you said a name.
Did I?
You did. It was Miguel, I think. What does that mean to you?
Oh, that's a nickname I give to my drink. Yeah, because I love to drink a lot. I really love that Michelob Ultra. Yep, it's very satisfying to drink. So whenever you guys don't see me, I'm just in and out of a tavern and just getting myself that ice
Insight
cold,
check the shit
refreshing
out of
taste
that.
Michelob
I think you don't need the inside check.
Listen, I know I played KG with you on our walk into the forest. I was reserved about my past as well. And I understand the apprehension of opening up to a group of people who you've only met a month ago. But...
No, but I really do like that Michelob Ultra.
Oh, no, I
Chocolate,
entirely
can I have
believe
some
it.
Michelob Ultra?
Hey, it's okay if you don't want to talk
Get enough
about
of that
it.
refreshing taste.
How about this, huh? And he shifts to, like, sitting cross-legged in the bath, kind of gesturing, like, how about this? Let's trade, huh? You tell me, I tell you one, you tell me one. You ask me one, I ask you one, that sort of thing, huh?
It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's more like I can't. Not unless if... Basically, we'd have to talk to Father Azine about this and see if he can talk to Gavadar himself. Because right now, even though I've fulfilled the conditions, I don't think that the moment I say what it is about myself, that you'll actually stick around. After all, you two didn't really care that a child was in danger.
Nah.
If I actually told you what happened, what my deal is, you won't give a damn anymore.
That's not true. When you had brought that up, my mind was upon the task at hand and what I had been doing outside of things. I was letting my ambitions get in the way of the actual situation, which was a mistake I regularly make and have made many times in my past. I do care. And I don't think that anything you can say at this point will drive us away. You've proven yourself as a warrior, and you are obviously impressively powerful for your size. That alone creates not only interest, but loyalty. So, I don't think you could turn me away. And I mean, if it is so bad, I'll just need a few more drinks.
So,
So where's
Stormclimb,
chocolate on that? Yeah.
make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh shit. Okay. Ooh, 10.
You look at Drachdarin. He seems very eager, very honest, very friendly. And more than that, he means a lot to you, being your friend, being a member of your group, a seeker of adventure like yourself and like Ender. And precisely because of that, you do not want to disappoint him or make him angry, mad, or just look down at you. You cannot bring yourself to open up to him about your past.
So not even a little tiny bit, huh?
You're just too afraid of it.
So where's that Michelob Ultra? Is Chocolate bringing that Michelob Ultra? Anyway,
I will take my leave from you if I do not mean to cause issue. I only wish for you to understand that I am on your side. We are on your side.
Yes, we are.
And you can confide in us when you need to. But I understand.
I'm sorry, but I'm still bound to secrecy. Please give me some time. That's all I ask for. But right now, I can't say anything else. Not yet.
Say no more then.
But that won't stop me from helping you two, from accomplishing your dreams.
I appreciate that. But say no more then. I understand. And he kind of just sinks down into the bath and relaxes, closes his eyes.
So, wait as you might, the hour goes by, and eventually someone shows up at the door of the tent from the baths, holding your clean equipment and towels for Drachdarin and whoever else needs them. But no Milgal Ultra shows up ever.
I thought they knew better. Thought this was a refined place. How could they not be serving that Michelob Ultra?
So, team, after resting for a moment and feeling a little bit revitalized, still a little bit sore, but much better than earlier. What's the next step?
I've done a lot of thinking this hour that have gone by, and I really want to get you guys as least involved as possible for the from the guild point of view, but I really do want to talk to Anthony about this. I want to know his side and at least let him know about the encounter we had.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
So, if you guys just want to stay here, I can go by myself, talk to him.
We can still accompany you. You can go talk to Anthony on your own. I'm sure there are other things in the guild we can do while you are busy.
Sure. That would be great. Yeah.
Remember, and he puts a big meaty hand on Anders' shoulder. We're a team. We're a family. We watch out for each other. Yes?
Yes. Yes. You're right. I just not used to it, but yes. Thanks, Drake.
Then, adventure.
Yeah, adventure.
Adventure! So, yeah, I guess we
Off to the guild.
play.
Off to the guild.
Play like a family. We play Fast and Furious. Off to the guild.
So all of you make your way back into town, feeling freshened up and bathed, and it's still fairly early in the day, about about an hour or two after lunch, and you make your way towards the Godslayers Adventurers Guild, where you have spent a ridiculously small amount of time ever since you have been accepted into the guild, but that's no matter.
I think about that every single day.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. It's like,
Hey, welcome to
we're
the guild.
part of this guild, but we
Fucking see
never
ya.
like do anything with it because we're always being catered off to some other side mission.
Yeah.
It's like
Quick.
in Skyrim.
Now's the time.
So you make your way to the guild, and once you do, you see some somewhat familiar faces of people you have seen at the guild before on your comings and goings, especially because you sleep here, so makes sense that you would know some of them, at least by face, if not by name. At which point I imagine you accompany Ender as close as you are daring to go towards the room on the top floor to the side, which overlooks the city, the office of the guild leader, Anthony.
You're going to do great, Ender. Just do the cool monk shit, but the mental cool monk shit.
I'll try my best.
Stormclimb and I will be downstairs, probably.
Yeah, I gotta do some research. I'm gonna head to the guild library. Is there a guild library?
There is,
I
but
want to get access to a monster compendium, I guess.
sure.
On our way inside the guild, can I do some kind of perception check? Maybe try to see if there is a room that looks like could be hiding something more guarded, like a vault or something like that.
Make a perception check. You have been on the guild many times. Never really
But-
looked for it before, but now you're paying close attention to it to see if you can see or notice something.
Okay.
Could I join in on his seeing?
Sure, I'll allow
Such
it.
good stats, but we suck at this. Like I said.
That's better.
You try and look around to try and perceive where people might be hiding things, but there's just so much movement at the guild. Everyone looks so intent on where they are going that you can't really tell if anyone's being secretive or not about their comings and goings, and there's no particular room in the path that you take anywhere that looks odd or out of place.
Okay, I guess I'll make my way and knock at Anthony's door.
All right. You knock at Anthony's door. You just hear a, a response from the inside. Come in. And you enter and you find yourself in the same office where you have found yourself a few weeks ago, where you were shocked to see another white tiger folk. And this time around you see Anthony, who seems a little bit busy with pondering several things. His desk filled with papers, but he quickly brushes them aside into a pile in the corner, covers them up, and approaches you. Oh, Ender, it's been quite a while since I last heard from you. Hope you have been doing well.
I've been in all sorts of adventures, and some went better than expected. Some went. Let's say they didn't went.
Well, at least you are here. I've been meaning to look for you and your companions. There's been an incursion. I've been pondering about sending you in, but I just worry. You're inexperienced, and I don't know if it's wise to send you lot into such things, but
we've been gaining some experience outside the guild. We've done some stuff around town.
as
We
you
are not
ver-
the same that you met a few weeks ago.
as you very well should.
But I'm really here to talk about how you told me to be careful last time we had this talk about the truth seekers and people that might lurk around.
Yes.
And I might have not been taking so much care as I should. I met some guy that you might know.
You see,
Uh,
his stare kind of just freezes for a moment on you. Whereas before he seemed to be just talking very friendly and openly. He seems to stop and just measure you now. He's analyzing you, scrutinizing every movement on your face just to read you. Who have you met?
some big guy named Vane.
Vane Kill. He's the one.
Yeah, he kinda gave us a rough time.
And where was this? What did he want? Did he do anything to you and yours? Are you guys alright?
Yeah, he didn't talk much about his intentions. I guess we kinda was not expecting that, so we didn't know what to do proper react. And actually, I want to know from you, what do you know about him? Because all he could talk about was about the guild and about tiger folk and about my village, and that got me all angry, and I lost my mind for a second, and I want to know more about the guy. I cannot think of anything else since that happened.
Alright, make a deception check.
Oh boy. Wait, is it really a deception check? Because it seemed like he was pretty honest about a lot of things.
Withholding information to that degree feels dishonest to me. So yeah, I'm gonna call that a deception. He looks at you, Ender, and seems to ponder for a moment. You get the sense that his eyes linger on you a little bit too long, almost as if he's seeing something you didn't mean for him to see. The Truth Seekers, Vane's group, they're actually scholars and academics who try to learn arcane secrets in the world. They do have a branch of warriors who go out into the world to forcefully acquire knowledge. They are very obsessed with actions and trying to study the world and get such an understanding that they can affect things by foreseeing the future. Many of their kind try to use divination magic to do that. The academics and the warriors employ that. They believe, from what I have heard, in saving the majority, and if that includes killing the minorities, then so be it. And they have very well done that for the past few decades that I have been around and that my family have been around.
And my family have not been around.
That's true, unfortunately. They have sects. People who try to divine the future. They try to see beyond what they should be able to see. Some of them worship Our Lady of Hakapfagan, the goddess of the sun and of life in the world. They believe that she can guide them towards victory through many means, and that she will tell them everything they need to know. They do good work. I will not be unfair, but they also do bad work, and it does severely outweighs the good that they do, in my opinion. But there's Vane, and he is one of the warriors of Famfigor, the god of knowledge. He believes that he holds the key to saving the world and doing whatever it is that he has to do to acquire more knowledge for his god and for the truth seekers. My parents told me stories of how in the past gods walked the earth and then they had to leave, but they left behind gifts in case one of them decided to return, and everyone should use these gifts to banish godhood. My parents, however, told me that in their adventures and endeavors they have come in very, very close contact with the Almighties themselves. And that Famfigor just wishes for us to employ our knowledge in doing good things. These truth seekers, they are misguided. They are blinded by their mantra, and they do not seek to change their ways, and I'm really sorry, Ander. I don't know what came over me, knowing that you're a survivor of such a devastating attack, and I let you just walk around unaided and unguarded. I should have sent someone to watch over you, or keep an eye out, or make sure that you are safe. I know that you have a target on your back, and yet I did nothing, and I failed on that, and I do apologize.
On that note, if I had a target before on my back, I have one also in my forehead right now. Of course, If he wanted me just dead, I would not be here saying this to you. That is as obvious as day. So I think you know why he kept me alive. You're not that naive, right?
Yes, and I imagine he wants you to steal from me, from us.
That very much he does, but I don't like him. I'm not buying his ideas, you know. I want to work with you to sort this out the best way I can. I really don't want to do that. What he was asked for me to do.
Ender, you are more than just a member of this guild. Despite everything, I believe the two of us to be kin, and I want to know, can I trust you?
Well, here I am, right?
Ender, are you being honest right now?
As I have ever been in my life.
Alright then. What I'm gonna show you, Ender, might change your life. And paint an even bigger target on you if that is ever to leave these halls. But I feel like what you have lost, your family, is just too much of a hole to punch through someone's life. And to leave that hole empty with nothing to show for it is just cruelty. I'll share with you a secret of the guild that these men are killing to find out, and your parents died trying to protect.
Oh,
Follow me. And he starts leading you outside of his office and into the main area of the guild. During which time, Stormclimb, I imagine you have been looking for books on monsters.
That's right. I wanted to find their monster compendium or just books on monsters, but mainly I'm trying to find monsters that are able to cross through different planes. So any sort of like planewalker type monsters, that'd be much appreciated. Or even just books about different planes, but mostly about the monsters.
So, you do find a book in there that seems to be a monster compendium, apparently written by Dracon Boulder, who seems to be the mother of the current guild leader of Anthony. And you find the book and you open and sift through the pages, and this is a very accurate, detailed account of many monsters found in southern Nolyn. Unfortunately, you guys are in northern Nolyn, but still lots and lots and lots of accounts of several types of monsters that Dracon Boulder and their companions have gone through in their own lives and adventures.
Do any of them have illustrations?
Yes, they are illustrated.
do any of them cause my hair to raise if I look at them?
Several. Some of them look very aggressive and just outright menacing and deadly. It is a book of monsters after all.
Oh, yes. I mean, generally, but like, I was trying to see if because you asked for a phobia for our characters, so I wanted to see if, like, I just have like a really adverse reaction to any of them.
Let me double check your phobias again, Stormclimb. In your core page of your team. No, I don't see anything in your flaws regarding that.
Oh, I didn't realize I was supposed to write it down there. I just I remember telling you over the chat. Let me just write it down real quick.
Is it somewhere in your bio?
I'm trying to figure out where the... Oh, right. You wanted it in flaws. 1 second.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Drachdarin, are you doing something else? Or are you just accompanying Stormclimb?
Accompanying Stormclimb and kind of looking through, seeing if there's any books of, tales of distant lands, or like bard song books.
You do see books on the many books written on the southern kingdoms, the Empire of Taiji, which is very far away. It's further south from Hosenfell, where all of you guys hailed from. It's a very far away realm with with a very different culture and intricacies of their own, and definitely very different government type. Whereas Hosenfell has several kingdoms, all with their own rules and such. The southern kingdoms, there are 3 kingdoms, but they're all part of the same empire, and this whole place is ruled by pretty much one whole person. And you read a little bit more about that, and it piques your mind. And then you also read about eastern kingdoms further to the east that there are many stories about, but very few that are concise. You get the sense that it's a very far away yet not fully understood place, and it's just veiled in mystery and a lot of speculation too. People are not entirely sure where exactly it is, how to get there, and what they would even do if they were to get there. But there's a lot of writing on speculations about these eastern kingdoms.
Are there any specific tales, like folklore or anything that are recorded?
Not anything too weird or too alien. There's some tales of the Eastern Kingdoms that seems to talk about spirit shamans that seems to be leaders of civilizations that have been lost to time. And regarding the southern kingdoms, you hear many tales of that the whole southern portion of the southern kingdoms, crossing the mountains, is pretty much inhabited with just a few cities spread out here and there. and that entire region is completely wild and untamed, and too cold to even inhabit properly. And people say that a lot of unnatural creatures inhabit there. And also speculations that a dragon of old, and by old we mean really old, used to inhabit that place and had a very, very massive castle that has been lost to time and buried by the mountains themselves, with many centuries, if not millennia, of treasures lost inside of it. I do have the name of that dragon somewhere, but I have no idea where.
We'll get it later.
But Stormclimb, you find that looking over this book of monsters, you don't really find anything that makes your eyes go wide. All the monsters there look unfamiliar and uncommon as it is.
Okay. So there's nothing I can do about that. So I guess I'll try to. I guess I'll just try to see what planes are. See if there's a book about the planes, the multiverse exists.
As the two of you are trying to look for more things and more books, eventually Ender and Anthony walk into the library, and he notices the two of you. You're Ender's companions.
That we are, yes.
Yes.
You were together when you encountered Vayne, I suppose.
Drac kind of holds one of the cuts on his side and nods.
That's a word for it, yes, encounter.
Alright. Well, follow me, why don't you? And he seems to lead all three of you into a side room inside the library. And the library is not gigantic, per se, but he starts leading you guys into a side room within it. Once he does, and all four of you are there, he looks at the three of you and says, Ender, can I trust your friends with the secret?
Yes, Anthony. I trust them with my life every single day.
That is a very good bond to have. Don't lose that. It's your biggest asset and your most valuable strength. And then from where he is, he pulls out of his pocket what appears to be a signet ring and puts into one of his fingers, and whereas in one hand he was already wearing one, and he puts now both of them into the wall in a specific formation and turns his hands as using those signets as keys. And as he does, you see that something in the wall seems to come a little bit loose as a small noise seems to be produced, and then he pushes this wall to the side a little bit, revealing a passage. And then he starts climbing down this passage. It's a very narrow corridor, circular spiral staircase going down. You, Drachdarin, have quite a hard time feeling there even.
Why doesn't anyone build things reasonably sized? I don't get it. Oh, hold on, I'll catch up. Just give me a minute.
And it takes you quite a lot of squeezing, going sideways pretty much through this staircase to get down to their level, but just a little bit, and then the staircase opens as it doesn't have any railings or anything to keep you from falling. But you make your way to the other side, to this underground place in the guild where it's a empty room it would seem, very dark even. And then Anthony slowly walks into the back, starts lighting up some torches. There's another door, an iron door, and as you look, not only the door is made of iron, but so are the walls. And then he pulls out yet another something out of his pockets to unlock the door. You don't see what it is though. And as he unlocks the door, he puts whatever it is back into his pockets and opens the door and signals for the three of you to follow him.
Yeah, we follow him, or at least
Absolutely.
I do.
And
Yeah, we'll follow him.
Drachdarin, you squeeze through yet another very small door.
Ha, more crab walking.
Why?
What, side walking? Whatever you call it.
And as you go inside, you do see that there is this room that seems completely empty with a table. Well, not a table, but a round stone slab of a table. And as soon as the three of you are in, Drac finally squeezes through the door. Anthony, he just closes the door and locks it back up. Approaches the stone slab of a table. And in it, all there is a book, a closed book, and beside it there is a magnifying glass. And his
Interesting. Hey, Doug, is the ceiling quite low? Like, how tall is the ceiling? Like, is Drax still hunched down?
oh yeah, super hunched down. It's not a tall ceiling at all.
Is it like a 6 foot tall ceiling?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, Drachdarin is just kneeling.
Yeah, your horns are like just scraping the ceiling.
And
Get,
bone
like,
on metal
little
is an
pebbles
awful
falling down on
noise,
your
so.
Ew.
So it's a very cramped room, and you ponder for a moment why it's so cramped. But then, as you look around in this very quiet room now, with not so quiet with the four of you, Anthony says, "This is our biggest secret. The Book of the Guild. The Book of Fenfagorns himself. And the lenses of divination of Hakapfagan. With these two combined, we can look into places that no mortal mind should be able to look into and get access to knowledge that one's minds cannot really hold or fully understand."
It sounds very powerful. What kind of evil stuff could be done?
I would rather not think about what evil things could be done with this, but what good. We've been using this to try and figure out where portals to other planes might open up, ways to find them, close them, and deal with whatever manages to slip through.
Wait, if you said that the mind can't really comprehend this information, so how are you able to understand all this divination?
The mind can, if you're trained. It is easy to obsess with the power of knowing every little detail that there is to know. And when you have that power, with it comes a thirst for more. And you can find yourself drinking, and never really quenching that thirst. It's not that the mind can't comprehend, but it's more so that the mind is eager for more and does not know how to stop.
Has anyone of the guild ever gone mad peering through this?
No, Only select few have that I have undergone very extensive training are qualified enough to read the content within this book.
Are
And
are the incursions you talked about tied to what you see in the book?
I what incursions again?
You told about some incursions you're gonna send us when we are at the office.
Those incursions, yes, we know where portals will be opening on specific dates, and when there will be an opportunity to return on another portal that will be opening very close to one another, both in date and location, and that would be the perfect opportunity to explore other planes and see things, do things, and accomplish the guild's goals of eliminating the extraplanar threat that seems to be very keen on invading this plane of existence.
So, you're able to find any portal that is, or that it will eventually happen. It's only able just to find portals?
It contains all the knowledge there is.
So, where do we go from here?
Ender tells me that Vane attacked you because he wants to acquire this book.
Well, he said a book, but he didn't exactly say which one. But I think we can all agree that it's probably that magic book that you've kept hidden underneath the guild. Yeah?
Absolutely.
He... Imagine a man like him holding this, what he would do, what he
Well,
would unleash.
Obviously we don't want to give him the book, but we're not strong enough to take him down ourselves, to defeat him ourselves. So, we just... Howard, can you help us?
Help you deal with him, you mean?
Basically, yes. We don't really have any desire to steal the book nor use this book at this current moment, but we just want Vane? Sorry, I kept forgetting it mixed up.
Yeah, Vane.
I'm thinking Bane. Okay. We just want Vane off our backs. In any way possible without trying to burn bridges with the guild.
You would burn bridges not only with the guild but with all living people if you somehow were able to hand this book to Vane. The horror him and the truth seekers would be able to unleash on this plane would be catastrophic. Like I said, this book contains all knowledge. If the book, if you have any secrets that not even you yourselves know, the book knows it, and they would not even need to make any sort of inquisition. They would just know who did wrong, when and where, and how to find them, where they are, what are their strengths, their weaknesses, everything there is to know about anyone.
And they would be able to know that before they did anything in the first place, would they not? If this can see into the future, one could know anything about anyone, any time.
Yes. That is what we fear. And this is why this book, these lenses, must never find their way out of the guild. I don't know that there is anybody trustworthy in the world who can hold all this power and do no harm with it.
You know, that reminds me. Does this book happen to have any, siblings, if that makes sense?
As best as we know it does. In the Southern Kingdom somewhere. In the Magistrate, to be more exactly, but one does not steal from the Magistrate, and the Magistrate does not trade. They don't see well to magic.
Hey, Doug, am I able to, like, draw, basically draw a conclusion that maybe there's a connection that, like, the book Faye ran off with its, like, magics of divination and stuff, is probably connected to this book that they're seeing right now, like they're like related or something.
That is a possibility, but other than that, you have no actual evidence per se that
We don't know
they
what else
might
that
be
book could do.
related.
Okay, well, I'm just not gonna say anything about it then, since it's not conclusive. There's nothing conclusive just yet. There's nothing I can. There's no evidence, like I said.
Anthony, this
Yes.
kind of power corrupts, you know. I don't think you would be able to find someone pure enough to hold it and not be corrupt by it. You know what I mean?
I do. I could easily enough just look into this book and know everything there is to know about Vayne, and I could vanquish him in a fell swoop.
We could do that so easily as like that.
But that's the pitfall. Once you do that, it's hard to stop.
Well, if we're giving anything to Vayne, it's going to be the head of my axe. We're not giving him a book, and we're not giving him any more advantage.
So, so once again, how are you going to help us then with this vein problem? I mean, are we going to give him a copy of this book, like I don't know, create some kind of fake and curse it to kill him or something? I don't know.
If we try to deceive him, he would know it immediately. How can you make something that he's gonna try to use and he will know right at spot that's not the right thing?
The first thing we need to know is I don't imagine that Vayne would just send you after me by yourself with nothing to gain from it. We need to know what his plans and motivations are and what he offered you to come and do this for me.
Wait, so you're saying that he might have been tracking us or been spying on us somehow? Wait, did you even like make sure that we weren't somehow being followed?
That's why all the iron around is for.
Does it protect against magical means of sight? I mean, I have seen in my time men and women who could use divine magics to spy upon those in kingdoms far away.
They cannot. Not in this room. Not only is the room made of metal, but it is also enchanted. It has been ever since the beginning of the guild.
So this is all just one big room of a tinfoil hat. Okay.
Of what?
What? So what are we gonna do about
What the
this vein problem? Once again, like, what are we going to do? You're telling us all this stuff that's like, oh, this is a magic book. It's very powerful. It can't fall into the wrong hands. Yeah, we get that, but it's like, come on. you've been the head of this guild for like years or whatever. So like you've had to have some kind of contingency plan for somebody trying to steal the book. So come on, don't you have something? Because we're not masterminds here.
All right, little one. I asked before, what is Vane offering you to get the book from me?
He basically offered our lives back because he was just about to take them. My bad on that.
And that's all. Just let you go and hope that out of goodwill you will come and steal the treasure?
That's what it looked like. And he indeed let us go.
I don't believe Vane would be so... He wouldn't have an end goal and just let you go just like that. He must have some plan.
It seemed a lot like he would have you on his side in the end, and he seemed to warm up to you pretty fast.
I thought of that too, but I don't have much to offer besides, the guild connection that he wanted so much for this job.
And he didn't offer you anything, no nothing, no money, no power, no items, no anything?
Does
No,
it really matter what he offers us? I mean, the thing is that I'm pretty sure. Let's just say, for hypothetically, he's got something on us. We don't want that thing to get out. And basically, he just has something on us. And while we do trust you, we're too ashamed to say what it is. So could you please take our word for it?
I need to know what he promised to give you, because we have very little to no information on Vane. Any accurate and truthful information on him anyhow. If we knew what he has and what he's planning to give you and offer you, we would have a better idea of what he actually possesses and owns. If he has money to offer, that means they have a lot of money. If he's offering you power, if he's offering you items, that means he has them. And if he has them to give away, that means he has even more.
Well, Anthony, let me ask you this then. What could Vane know that you don't? He let us go. He let Ander go. He nearly killed myself and Stormclimb. There's much more to him than meets the eye, obviously. It is not power, it is not money. They're scholars, as you said, yes?
Alright. I've trusted you with enough. I believe I can trust you with yet another secret. This one isn't magical though. But Ander,
yes.
this is something I didn't tell you before because I don't know if it is true or not. I don't know if it's something that we can trust or follow or even fathom, really. But I have heard rumors. Don't get your hopes up. But I have heard rumors that he didn't kill every tiger folk in existence. He might have kept some alive and maybe even your parents.
Oh.
And that is where we're gonna end today's session, you guys.
Oh no!
Oh no!
It's late. It's half an hour past
I
the
know.
ending time.
Yeah,
Oh man,
my
you really pulled us in, Doug.
I'm really not cut to play D&D because I'm feeling Ender's pain right now, and I can't just take those feelings out of my own way.
I'm sorry.
You gotta take them and you gotta throw them away. You can't let those feelings keep on you. Oh, damn it.
Man, this was like we started really high and then ended really low.
I'm so sorry about just attacking the guy that must be like level 15 or something like that.
To be
Yeah,
entirely
I thought
fair,
we were gonna win.
to be entirely fair, he drew a sword and I shot a bolt of lightning out of my mouth. It's a bit of an overreaction, but
Yeah.
really that's more on me.
Even so, that was a bad call.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that you won't tell Anthony the truth, but like, I guess you got your reasons.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I was kind of more feeling what the character is feeling. So yeah, I might just being a blocker to the progression of the story.
Nah.
Not in the least. I mean,
It's called playing the character.
look where you guys have gotten into.
The
Yeah, this is
freaking
really
secret
interesting,
vault
dude.
underneath the freaking guild. What?
Yeah,
Guys
this is
would
really
would
awesome.
never be
Don't
able
feel
to
bad.
steal this book.
No.
Oh
This
god,
is-
no.
This is mission improbable.
I mean, it's not impossible, but with the severe lack of knowledge you guys had, I mean, it would take like several sessions of just reconnaissance and stealthing and gathering power to be able to stealth your way through this.
That's what I
And
mean.
have to steal
Mission
the key from Anthony or trust
and
the
his rings.
Yeah, there was a lot of
No.
stealing involved.
Not
I mean,
happening.
it could
Not
happen.
with me in the party.
Well,
Yeah,
oh,
it's
yeah.
an Ocean's 11 plot.
That is, yeah, that's very Ocean's
Can we
11.
get another festival with chickens and stuff so they are all distracted?
I don't know. Whenever Mr. Muzumed is around and throwing another festival, maybe we can. Who knows?
Yeah,
But-
I thought today we were just gonna like get called up to his mansion or whatever to like do some sort of dumb quest for him. But this, well, we're in it now. We're full on getting serious.
Yeah, we know where all the secrets of the universe are. Like on your backyard.
Literally.
Yeah, just don't go mad trying to find them all.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a real downer though that we got our asses handed to us so fast. Like I was like, I have a 21 armor class. Nope, doesn't mean anything to this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, not when he's rolling 28s to hit.
Oh my god.
He has a
That's
plus
just-
8.
Yeah.
attack.
This is the JRPG where we just the battle where we're supposed to fail apparently. Like, was there even a chance we could actually beat this guy, Doug?
For a moment there, I was like, oh no, they're gonna do it.
I mean, I hit him pretty fucking hard.
He was getting 15 temporary hit points back.
That was
Every
the
turn.
moment he did that, I was like, uh-oh. We're not supposed to win this fight.
I mean, you took
Yeah.
you took down more than 1/4 of his health. To be fair.
Yeah, but then if he wasn't so lucky on his rolls, we would kept the fight up and maybe I
And
don't
it
know
was a
what would
3-on-1
happen.
fight.
Oh, that's why you gotta seek them advantages. They really
Yeah.
matter.
Yeah.
But Twitch people, thank you guys so very much for watching this stream, this roller coaster of emotions and adventures. Too few adventures and too much emotions all the way through. Regardless, I hope you guys enjoyed this. Thank you so very much for sticking around for so late in the night, for me at least. I don't know for the rest of you. people in Europe are definitely sleeping, so good night. And remember to
Thank you,
check
Twitch.
remember to check the wiki, where I'm gonna be posting a link to the wiki where you guys can go and check over the characters pages, because the players are updating their own character pages with information about their characters, their equipment, their abilities, and so many other things that makes following the story along so much easier, if you are interested in that sort of thing. If not, you can always go and check out the YouTube channel where I post replays of those episodes, that so you can rewatch things you missed, because dog knows we throw a lot of names and a lot of things at a lot of people a lot of times, and if you ever need to go back and double check on things, or you just want to hear our beautiful voices once again, you can do that over on YouTube and watch those 4.5-ish hour long episodes however many times you want. And this campaign is just beginning, so now's the prime time to catch up on everything and follow up live whenever you can, or on VODs if you cannot catch us live. And other than that, thank you Twitch people very much for everything, for the support, and I hope you guys have an amazing night. Goodbye.
Bye.